Oh, great. Set that right close to the keyboard there. Perfect.
Commissioner Chamberlain will need to sit here, and then the attorney will be here.
Perfect.
This is for the.
Did Wade talk to you?
Or here. We've kind of got you stationary, if you would, as much as you can, so Commissioner Gant can watch.
Oh, look at that.
And then the attorney will sit.
Okay.
I don't need to see you. I know what you look like. You want to hide.
Yeah, it's better if you don't.
Broke the screen already.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, what I've done is I've learned that on all these calls and stuff, it's just better if I don't open my camera, you know, that way I don't scare people.
Right.
I gotta learn how to do it on my laptop because I'm sitting there holding that camera. Tracy says, "Will you quit jiggling your camera?"
Well, Kathy, you gotta quit moving that phone.
I guess I could do. I just need to figure out how to do it on.
To the people who have just joined the call, you can watch and listen on kane.utah.gov/livestream. If you're actually on the phone call, that's where you'd be able to do public comment in the very first agenda item. Otherwise, we'd rather have you not do both, but so you can either be on the call or be on the live stream. So your preference.
I have a iPad.
Yeah. Well, whatever works. If you want help, I could.
Bring it in.
Yeah, we look at it and see.
Well, it's 10 o'clock right now. We're missing our attorney.
Attorney, yeah.
Hopefully everything on the computer today.
Oh, gosh. How can I get you to lead the pledge?
Absolutely.
What are you doing up in Salt Lake?
I am just bumming. I'm up here at my brother's house right now. Just hanging out here for a couple of days. We've been doing some projects and
Well, good.
working on cars and just kind of goofing off.
Well, that's great. I got to go down
Out of town.
I got to go down and lay some block for my old spoil Friday.
You can't get away from the block laying, can you?
No. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to pull my mixer up on the trailer and haul it down there, because I don't know if the bearings will last all the way down there.
Oh, that's a lot, yeah. Better have good bearings.
I just had to buy one new tire for it.
Well, that's one skill I never learned in life, was laying block or brick, and I'm kind of glad actually, because then I can't do it.
Right? Yeah, me either. I don't know how, and I don't want to learn.
I know how, I just can't do it, I'm too old.
Yeah, they're not buying that.
Lamont, did Wade talk to you this morning?
I did not this morning, he was supposed to be here. In fact, if
He
he
said
comes,
he's coming down.
Is he on the line?
no, he's gonna come in person. When he gets here, that was Brad.
Everyone that's just joined us on the phone, you can watch and listen on the internet at kane.utah.gov/livestream. The phone call mainly today is for comments during the public comment hearing, or if you just want to listen, you don't want to see the presentation that the travel council is going to be doing.
Why couldn't we just have her in here and do the presentation?
The latency between the call and the video, Dave, is really low. I mean, it's good.
A lot of it depends on the speed of the the internet where you're at.
Well, that's why we're doing the call and the video over on the. We're actually doing the live stream on YouTube, and then we're doing Andy's video over on Google Meet. Kelly, I'm gonna let you mute yourself if you would, since you have an agenda item.
Okay. Muting now.
Thanks, man.
Well, I think it's, we've got a public hearing that's supposed to start at 10. I think we need to get it going. Welcome everybody and the sheriff here. In the room with us, we have the budget officer, the resource officer, the sheriff, the county clerk, the assistant county clerk, our county attorney, Rob Van Dyke, and Commissioner Chamberlain, and I'm Lamont Smith, Commissioner Smith. We'll call this meeting to order and welcome you all here. We'll have an invocation by John Livingston, and then we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Chamberlain. You walk up to the speakers so they can hear.
So,
Our Father in heaven, we come before Thee at this time with gratitude in our hearts for the many blessings that we've received living in this beautiful part of this great country. And we pray, Father, Thou will bless those who are in positions to make decisions for our future and economic recovery, that they'll be inspired and use prudence and wisdom. And we pray, Father, Thou will watch over the proceedings here today, that they may go well, and the spirit of camaraderie and spirit of trust and acceptance will also be here. We're thankful for the moisture we received and pray that it may continue in season according to our needs. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda, and it looks like we have several months that we need to approve. So if we could first, well, I'll just entertain a motion and we can just read them right off the paper.
You can just approve the consent
Yeah.
agenda. You don't have to.
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of the meeting minutes for March 24th and April 2nd of 2020.
And April 7th.
And, oh, I didn't see, and April 7th, didn't see that one.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Regular session. We need a motion to go into public hearing for community development block grants, CDBG. This is a second hearing notice. And a day, Nelson will handle this.
So I make a motion? Go into public
Yes,
hearing?
please.
I move that we go into public hearing, in and out of public hearing at the discretion of the chairman.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aday, are you there?
I am. Whenever you're ready, I can read off this notice that I need to read off for everybody, and then we can take any questions.
Okay.
All righty. So the purpose of this public hearing is to allow all citizens of Kane County to provide input concerning the project that was awarded under the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program. The county amended its capital investment plan earlier this year and decided to apply for funds for ADA access improvements to Building A and Building B of the Kanab Center. It was anticipated that the duration of the construction for both lifts, including ordering and receiving lifts to the site, will last approximately 10 to 12 weeks. The engineers have provided an estimated cost of approximately $103,648 to complete both ADA improvements, of which Kane County requested the CDB grant for $93,282, with a county match of approximately $10,364. We were notified by CDBG that the application was successful in the regional rating and ranking process, and the ADA access improvements to Building A and B of the Kanab Center was awarded a grant in the amount of $98,031. Because of extra funding available after all projects were rated, ranked, and funded, this amount includes an additional $4,700, which will reduce the amount of county match funds. CDBG grant funds, and this will just be a general summary of the scope of work so people understand what the project money will be used for. So CDBG grant funds will be used by Kane County for the retrofit installation of 2 wheelchair lifts, which are vertical platform lifts at the Kanab Center located at 20 North 100 East in Kanab. One lift is to be installed in the Kanab Center Building B and is designed to travel approximately 42 inches from the ground floor up to a raised platform stage. Installation of this lift will require 2 new wall openings to be cut in, some open floor to be infill and framed, and the associated retrofit of trim finish around the wheelchair lift will be completed. The second lift is an installation at the exterior of Building A of the Kanab Center and is designed to travel approximately 10 feet from ground level down to the exterior basement level. This will go to creative underground area, sorry. Installation of this lift will require some concrete demolition and installation of the vertical shaft enclosure to house the proposed wheelchair lift. So that's the general, I guess, scope of work for the project. The funds will be received after we finalize some things up with CDBG, but this is the next process or step in the process that we have to complete for this second hearing, and then I have to update the application, include proof that we had this hearing, and then we're good to go. So if anybody has any questions or would like any more information about the project, we can open that up to the public now.
Thank you. Okay, it's open to the public. If anybody would like to make a call or
Commissioner, do you want me to unmute these one at a time or just unmute them all?
just unmute them all for a minute.
Okay, for those of you on the call, if you're here to comment on this public hearing, you can do it now. If you're just here to listen to later portions of the meeting or watch the presentation by the Travel Council, you can go to kane.utah.gov/livestream. And if you don't have a comment to make, please mute your phone because I've now unmuted your phone line in our system.
Are they all unmuted?
Yes, they are.
Does anybody have any comment on the CDB grant?
This is Charles Hightower. I was unable to log on that number. I had to go to your website and use the link on the county commission website, and it got me. And I don't know if anybody else is having that problem, but I would suggest they go to your website and go to meetings and then click on that link. So I have no comment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any comment on the CDB grant?
This is Celeste Myers in Kanab. I
Yes.
was curious why this is being done now rather than earlier. Was there an obstacle in the process?
Yeah, I think, maybe Brett can, Commissioner Chamberlain can tell you more about it.
When for the lift that's going to go to the stage area, at the time that the building was designed and constructed, there had not been decisions made on what that was going to be used for, how it was going to be used. There was discussion of maybe taking out that floor and making it the same level as the gym. Anyway, that decision was not made until later, so it wasn't the lift wasn't included in the original design or construction. As far as the lift to the creative underground, I believe, and again, I'm not sure about the exact circumstance or sequence of how it happened, but it was determined that we could get the lift or the creative underground open without that, and then seek funding to put in the lift. Most of the infrastructure was put in place, electrical and et cetera, to accommodate a lift. When that time came, and then we found the source of the CDBG grant, and so we've gone after that, and that's why it's being done now and not earlier.
I see, thank you.
Anybody else like to make a comment? Anybody else like to make a comment on CDBG grant? If not, I'll call us out of order. Out of public hearing, I mean.
We're always out of order.
Yeah, we're always out of order. And thanks those that commented. Dave, if you could go through and mute.
And then one last thing to add, if anybody has any questions about the capital investment plan or would like a copy of that, that just includes our 1-year and 2 to 5 year plan. Those are available. You can reach out to me directly. My information is on the county website, or you can give the land use office a call and they can give you my information as well.
Okay, and Ade?
Yep.
I received another letter from 5 County Association of Government, and it just kind of says the same thing, but it does give us what we need to do to finish this up. So I will make sure that you get that letter.
Perfect. I received the email from Cheryl Brown with all of the requested items that need to be updated, and I've only got 2 items left, and so it's not due until May 31st, so I think we'll be well ahead of schedule.
All right. Well, I will make sure you get this.
And
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Today, this is Brent Chamberlain. I'd just like to comment, we really appreciate your going out and finding this funding for this, to make this thing happen and completing the applications and everything. We were scratching our head on where we're going to get the money for that, and that's excellent. So thank you very much. Good work.
And then the same goes for me. You've worked hard on this. I hope I've told you that before, and I'm willing to go with you to the training. I'd like to go to the training, and it really doesn't call for you to have to go there, but we just did kind of put you in that position. So I'm taking it that you will be going online. I think it's going to be online, and take the training that's required.
Yep, I plan on doing that, and thank you guys. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is Attorney Van Dyke. It's approval of a temporary ordinance waiving late fees and interest for business, personal, property taxes.
So Ryan Maddox, County Assessor, is on the line. I think he's unmuted, so I'll just to him to start.
He is, Rob. You mentioned maybe displaying the document at this point. I would just need to know where it is.
Yeah, would you like Dave to be able to show these documents on the live stream as you're looking at them? Because I can definitely just save it into a shared folder. No, the ordinance, the
Oh, the
proposed
ordinance.
ordinance that you're
Yeah.
gonna address today.
Okay. Yeah, bring the ordinance up if you can.
Okay. Where do you want me to
This is
save
Ryan.
that to, Dave?
You want to put it in Dave's and share?
Yeah.
This is Ryan. Can everybody hear me?
You can talk louder.
Okay. Okay. Just let me know when you got that up and ready and I'll begin.
Okay.
Dave, the title of the document is O-2020-11. That's how it starts. It should be saved there now for you. Perfect.
Christian, if you want to display that.
Yeah, it's up.
It's up.
That's on your screen, not on the internet.
Oh,
It'll be there though. I'd say Ryan can go ahead.
Okay. So what we've got here, we changed a little bit from the original one that was published in the newspaper, and what we discovered is I had a visit with the State Tax Commission and some of the other counties of what they were seeing and handling with their primary business personal property, not primary, the business personal property, was that where the deadline falls in May and is unchangeable due to the statute being a statutory date. There's the section that's referenced there that allows the county to adopt an ordinance that they can waive fees and interest when the application may come in late. So that's what this application does. It still doesn't change the May 15th deadline that these filings are due by, but if they happen to be late, then it allows the county to waive those penalties and interest up until the date on the ordinance, which is, I believe, August 4th, giving these business owners a little more flexibility when trying to handle this during our current crisis. If you have any questions, I'll happy to answer those.
so we had a draft out to you previously that you may have reviewed. Ryan, Mr. Maddox requested a couple of changes. So the first draft still required that the signed statement be filed by May 15th, but the taxes didn't have to be paid until August 4th. And Ryan didn't think that that would be necessary, that we could just also delay the filing of the signed statement. So people still can file on time, and probably are encouraged to do that if they can. But if there's a business need for that, they have the ability to wait until August 4th to file their signed statement along with the taxes. Just so all the public is clear, sometimes these terms are super confusing because of the type of tax that it is. It's a tax on personal property, but it only applies to businesses. So the county's main source of taxes is real property. So the property tax is assessed to your home, any real property, so any land or buildings. And that applies to individuals and to businesses. Everybody has to pay that kind of real property tax. The other type of general category for property is personal property. So that's equipment, inventory, all sorts of things fall into personal property. And in the state of Utah, taxes are assessed on the personal property that's owned by businesses. And so this ordinance will delay any penalties or interest when businesses are unable to pay their personal property tax by May 15th, and they can delay it till August 4th.
This is Ryan again. One thing that we'll do is all those business personal property owners that haven't had a chance to file, we are encouraging them to file still by the May 15th deadline. even if they're unable to pay at that time, they can pay later. But if they happen to be late, then we can certainly, if passed, can waive that penalty and interest that goes along with it. If passed, we will work on getting a letter out to all the businesses that we still have showing not have filed at this time, so we can update them with this information to maybe help ease any burden or pressure they may be feeling at this time.
Okay, that sounds great. We have already made this ordinance, correct?
No, it's for your discussion and approval today.
Oh, well, is there any discussion on it?
Sounds great to me.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move we approve, the ordinance as stated. You'll have to do, I don't have a number though in front of me.
2020-11.
2020-11.
Any more discussion on it? It's a roll call vote on the ordinance, correct? Commissioner Gant?
Aye.
Commissioner Chamberlain? Aye. Commissioner Smith? Aye. Thank you. The next on our agenda is approval of a temporary ordinance. I already did that. Just where you say, excuse me. Next, we have a presentation of TRT collected and TRCP sales tax collected from the Chamber of Commerce. It'll be Carla and Camille. And those of you that want to just listen to it, you can listen to it here. If you want to see the presentation, you'll have to go to www.kane.utah.gov/livestream, and you'll be able to see it there. You can't see it both places because it really lags. So we'll go to that right now, Dave.
Okay, Camille's all ready to go.
Okay, you can see my screen and my mouse?
I can't see your mouth.
Awesome. You can't see it?
I can't see your mouth. I can see your mouse.
Well, as long as you can see where I'm pointing.
Okay, I can see where you're pointing.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll go ahead and dive in. To start off, I have our Kane County occupancy percent chart, and this basically tracks our average occupancy by week throughout the year. So all of those vertical lines equals 1 week. It goes from January to December, and you can see we've got a typical pattern. Obviously, it starts out slow in January. We get a nice spike, a completely artificial lift from balloons and tunes, and then it slowly builds up to spring break and Easter. That's that lift here normally. And then we go into our main season when the North Rim opens, and we have some kind of lifts and dips there. Then we get the dip from back to school, and that's when we have Western Legends to kind of keep that from plummeting. And then we get, after the kids are back in school, we usually have the kidless couples that travel, whether they're young couples without kids or the senior population. And then when the North Rim Lodge closes, we see another decline, and then we get a spike from Thanksgiving, big dip, and then a spike from Christmas. So you can see over here on the left, this dark line is tracking 2020, and we were off to kind of a typical year. And then COVID crisis hit, and we took a big fat plummet. It looks pretty dismal. Normally we would get a big spike right in here for spring break and Easter, and those move around a little bit each year. But obviously it tanked, and you can see that this number over here, I don't know if it's visible on your end, but that equals 10%, and so we're barely above 10% at this week here, and we've got a couple of weeks delay, so you can see we're a little bit behind here. I'll move on next to our average daily rate. So this is basically what the hotels are able to get on average each day. And again, we were kind of off to a typical year, a little bit lower than normal. We have some new hotels online, so that typically means that the price adjusts a little bit lower. And then again, the same thing with COVID crisis, it just plummeted down here. And we've been tracking these reports from Smith Travel since 2012, so for 8 years. And so far you can see that we've hit an 8-year all-time low, even below winter levels on both of these. And then this one is what a lot of your properties are actually going to go by for revenue management. This is revenue per available room. And you can see that this is a little bit more of a dramatic chart. Again, the COVID crisis caused a huge tank. And the number over here, so it starts at 0 and goes to 20. Because of COVID crisis, we're actually averaging just below $7 per available room. So that means if a hotel has 10 rooms and they only rent out one for $70, they average $7 per available room. And that's obviously a very terrible rate. So I'm going to move over to Carla. She's got 3 graphs, and then she'll turn the time back over to me to finish the rest of my presentation. So Carla, if you want to unmute and take over.
Okay. So on this one, what you're seeing, Camille and I have gone through and talked to hotels and do I need to talk to? Okay. We have been calling the hotels. We've been looking at everything we can from the State Division of Tourism and looking at, you can see we've got 18 and 19 and then our 20 expected, what we expected. And then we're looking at what we reasonably could collect if we have what we think is going to happen is a bit of a surge as soon as the boundaries are open and people are free to travel. We're going to expect a little bit of a surge. And so we're looking at 2 different things. We're looking at if we have the spring, the gray is spring and the brownish is spring-fall setbacks, because we don't know if this is going to hit again in the fall as soon as the cool weather starts and the viruses start going again. We don't know what we're facing there, so we've done both a spring only and a spring and fall COVID issue. So June is actually going to be April, because these they're 2 months behind. By the time that the hotels collect, send it to the state, and the state forwards it to us. So June is actually April in the actual collection. So we've gone through month by month and estimated what our returns will be. Go to the next one.
Excuse me, does that mean that
The gray
where
one?
Yeah, where it jumps right back up should be the end of April, right where we're at now?
Yeah, as it's starting to jump up, that'll be the 1st of May with the increase, hopefully.
Okay, thanks.
And then this is your expense. We've got the operations, the promotion, and the infrastructure. And this is based on what the average expense for the specific month is. And if you'll see, there's that huge spike between March and May in expenditures. And that's because that's when, we do transferring the money for the volunteer center. A lot of those things occur. We have marketing that goes out that time of the year. So you can see where the expenses are typically laid out in the course of the year. Go to the next one. So this is just a breakdown of, this is the revenue and the expense, and this is based on the spring and fall with a small fall, and we hope if there is a fall, it's only small. But that compares your expenses to your revenue. Okay, the next one.
That's the only slides that I've got, Carla.
Oh, okay, you didn't have that other one that showed it differently. Okay, so, we've gone through, and Camille, you can jump in here too, but we've gone over the figures and the percentages and rationale for those throughout the year together, Camille and I. And then I just received the Kem Gardner Foundation from the U of U, their projections, and they actually project Kane County to have the worst outcome of any county in the state from lack of tourism, and they're averaging 48% loss across the board. So our figures may be just a little bit more generous than they were.
Yeah, it's pretty dismal. Do you guys have any questions for Carla before I move on?
No, I don't think so.
I did kind of a 20-day evaluation for the last 28 days, from last year to this year, so mid-March to mid-April. And I put in our multipliers, and we figure at minimum we've lost close to $9.5 million in economic impact that we would have had from overnight guests and tourism travelers. So we took our number of hotel rooms plus our vacation rentals and times that by our average 28-day occupancy from last year. And that came out to a typical rental of 1,174 rooms rented out per night during that 28-day period. Then we took our average percent of those same room count for that 28-day period this year, and we averaged 16.5% occupancy. So that's only 325 rooms rented out on average. The difference between those is about 850 rooms down per night over the 28-day period. And our average room rate is $97.37. So every night we lost $82,667. And then times that by the 28 days, and that's 2.3 million plus. And then those same 849 rooms that we were down per night, we have a typical party size of 3 people per party. And according to VISA spending reports, each person spends outside of lodging $99.86, and that's basically gassing, eating, shopping, tours. So each night from those 3 people that we were down for those 849 rooms, that's a loss of $254,343 per night. So each day, on average, we lost $337,010. And this doesn't count the decrease in local spending, and it doesn't count the passers through. So we get way more people who just pass through, they gas up, they shop, they eat, and move on. And we won't know that until we get actual sales tax to compare that part of it. So you can see it's pretty significant. Every day that we have restricted travel, it hurts Kane County tremendously. Any questions on that slide?
And just so you guys know, can you hear me, Camille?
I can.
We haven't even been able to get our arms around what's going on with the restaurants yet, with so many closed, and then a lot of them are trying to get the grants and things that allow them to just stay open and pay their employees. So they may be open, but their percent of their normal total is non-existent.
Well, it looks like to me this year we're really gonna hurt in the office of tourism.
Yeah, I've got some encouraging news coming up, and maybe I can share that.
Always like that.
But that's why we maintain a fund balance so they can get through times like this.
Yeah, so I said the good news-ish, the first one, kind of good and bad, bittersweet. We had the ATV Jamboree canceled. We canceled Treasure Quest just due to the low TRT impact that it does have and compared to the cost that it cost us. IPW is the largest travel trade show in the United States, and that was to be held in Las Vegas this year, which is the closest that it will ever be to Kane County. And so we had submitted a grant to have a triple booth, which was going to cost $24,000, but Utah Office of Tourism was going to pay 50% of that. And so we were going to have triple presence, which means instead of just 44 appointments, we would have had 3 booths with that many appointments and could have made a really big splash on the international scene to get more tour operators here. 2 of the booths would have been for leisure travel. 1 of them would have been for our convention space, as we do convention meetings there as well. So it's terrible that it didn't happen, but we will have some savings from that we've kind of redirected. And then Commissioner Chamberlain and I are still going to meet and talk about some of the other things that I have recommended that we could pause for this year that would save us some money. And then, like Carla said, we're in a really good position as far as our fund balance. We have $3.65 million, which is more than 1 year's operating expense for the tourism office. And so while I was hoping to save for my big, sexy new building, I'm happy that we're in a position where we can use some of that as a contingency and mitigation to get us through this year so that we can still market heavily and keep our market share once we have the green light to market. Here's our updated media flow. So this is kind of our main document that we use for our advertising campaigns. This year we were focusing on 2 drive markets, Las Vegas and Phoenix, and then Wasatch Front within the state. We used to do Southern California, but it was quite costly and we weren't getting the ROI from that market. And where we had a limited budget, we decided to be a little bit more sniper in our approach and focus on Las Vegas and Phoenix. So prior to the COVID crisis hitting, we already had our outdoor launched, which is our billboards in both of those markets. But then when it hit, we were actually able, it was timely so that we could cancel our radio and our digital campaigns. So we have savings from that. And then also, we were going to start a little bit earlier for this main season to put heads in beds during the summer, which we haven't had a summer campaign since I've been here in 6 years because we typically do a spring and a fall to fill our off season. But with our new convention center, we were hopeful that that would put heads in beds in the winter, November through April, when most of your conferences and conventions take place in southern Utah. So we decided to reallocate that and do a big summer push, partly because we also have a lot more rooms that have come online, and so our occupancy was going soft, and we thought we should do a summer flight so that we can make hay while it shines. So right now we've bumped that to mid-May, and we're working closely with our ad agency if we need to pause that further or push it out even more. But as of now, we're set for a mid-May launch for both of those out-of-state markets and then also a Wasatch Front campaign. Excuse me. The Utah Office of Tourism made some changes to their rules with the co-op fund, which typically has just been matching funds for out-of-state campaigns. But this year, they're actually going to allow a larger of either 15% or $35,000 to be used in state. And so we'll benefit from that tremendously because we weren't planning on getting any co-op dollars for the Wasatch Front campaign. And then you can see July and August, we've got our typical advertising campaign for Western Legends. And then what we would have had in the fall for Treasure Quest is canceled. So we've actually got quite a bit of savings from canceling the flights that we did. So it's been kind of a strange time. Typically, we market to out-of-state or out-of-area travelers to come here, spend money, and then leave. But we always actually focus on our first audience, or always keep them in mind so that we're not sacrificing quality of life or morale within the communities of Kane County. And because we can't really market out of area and not seem like we're being insensitive, we've shifted to our first audience, to our locals, to kind of maintain the morale and integrity of our destination. So one of those things that we've done, we've come up with a hashtag Kane County Strong. We had 90 of these yard signs ordered, and they're distributed from Duck Creek Village clear to Big Water. And by the way, you commissioners, we have 3 set aside for you guys to put in your lawns if you'd like, so you just got to come by the Office of Tourism to our walk-up window and grab one. But we've been putting those everywhere, and hopefully you've noticed them, and a lot of people have been commenting. We gave it a few of them away this last week during the Friday Dragging Main deal that was going on, and people were really excited about it. We have a new page on our website for COVID information, and we have several sub-tabs as well. So we've got general travel-related information, which has been quite restrictive, but, you know, there's information on there like Zion, while it's closed, you can still drive through. You just can't stop in the park. And then information on our restaurants. There's a takeout tab that we created that has information for the restaurants, who does curbside or delivery, and any specials that they may have. And then we've also included a business resource sub-tab and a local workforce sub-tab. And then there's a Kane County Strong one where we just talk about different community initiatives that are going on, whether they're from us or other organizations or people. Our social media giveaway, so I talked to Commissioner early on, and what we did is some of the savings that we had from our advertising campaign, we took $20,000 and we bought gift certificates to our local businesses that were struggling and trying to stay open through this. It was mostly restaurants and guided tours or guide services. And then we did giveaways on our Kane County Office of Tourism Facebook page, and we had tons of engagement with that and tons of excitement. And what that did is it gave the businesses money now, and then people could use those at least through the end of the year, if not longer. And so they could spend now if they felt comfortable, or hold off on those. And what we did is we basically covered the cost typically of one person to eat out or go on a tour, so that they would then pay additional for either another person or their family. So hopefully it increased the spending on their part as well. Here's some of our Facebook posts that we did, and this is a relatively new account on Facebook, and it's been a perfect time to have it to engage with our local audience. And these are just a few. If you look down here on the lower left, we started out, it reached about 1,400 people, and we had over 400 engagements, and engagements are likes, shares, or comments. And then later on in the campaign, we reached nearly 6,000 people and double the engagements. And so it was a lot of fun. Our marketing team handled that, and they did a great job. You can see some of the things that they were engaging with our locals on. So it says, share in the comments below your favorite hike, trail, or outdoor adventure. Then you have to tag friends who don't know about this giveaway, and then like our page. And then this one, it says, comment on this post, a photo you have taken of the scenic beauty you have found in Kane County. So we're like just getting them excited about what we have locally. They're sharing things that they love, that they're excited about. And then this third one here, we said, tell us about a song that makes you think of Kane County in the comments below. And we built an awesome playlist, a lot of country music, as you can imagine, that we use for our Dragging Main. This actually originated from Robin and Darren Coleman. They called us and they're like, hey, what do you think about this? Do you think it'd be fun to kind of bring back the retro Dragging Main? And of course, we loved it. But what we asked, we're like, why don't you guys initiate it? You post it, and then we'll share it, because we want to show that the community is engaged in trying to unite us as a community. And so they did, and we've amplified it. We've put it online. And then we've done some fun things each additional week. The first week, we did the playlist, and so that playlist that we got from our audience, our local audience, Alan put on 92.7, the local radio station, and he had his trailer out there with a sound system, and we had Josie out there being a DJ and driving people to spend money at our businesses, making announcements. Then we also got our Sesquicentennial shirts. I brought them from St. George that day, and so we started selling those, and people have been really excited picking those up. And I've been seeing quite a few folks wearing them around. The second week, we lit the K on the K Hill. I don't know if any of you guys saw that. It was a little bit more faint than we'd hoped, but just, again, kind of not just for Kanab, but for Kane County Strong. And then this last week, which was the third week, they did the high school loop, and they honored the class of 2020, and that was in conjunction with Kanab City Rec and Kanab Elementary. They did some fun things. So we're excited for this week as well. And this week we're adding something additional. There will be a drive-in movie at the airport. This is collaborative with Kanab City and SEBA and then our office. And it's a free movie, but they did have people go online to get their tickets, and it's already sold out. So we'll probably be seeing a lot more of those movies. Hopefully we can accommodate and do more. And then we did a targeted dining campaign. So we worked with our ad agency on this. We built out that visit southernutah.com/takeout site that has all the information on our restaurants. We're doing newspaper ads, social media ads, and then we worked with Carla and her office. This is our website. This is the postcard on the right. That's the front and the back. But Carla's office has a database of all the voters that they send ballots out to, and she has a company that does bulk rate mailing, so it's more economical to have them do the shipping and the printing. And they scrubbed the list, and basically any household that had a voter in it, we were able to send one of these to, and it ended up being about 2,900 households, and maybe some of you will still be receiving those. These are our social media ads and our newspaper ads, and we're going to be rotating those for the next several weeks online and in the newspaper, just trying to get folks out to support our restaurants that are staying open and doing what they can to stay in business. Another thing that we did for our local audience, and honestly anybody could do this, we posted a list of some of the movies made in Kane County that they could watch while they're at home spending more time. And then we actually did a scholarship program that any senior in Kane County or Fredonia could participate in. They could pick 5 of the movies from the list of 10, and then they got a quiz on each of those movies. They did an essay, and they also did a social media post about it. And we have yet to announce the winner. It'll be during the high school scholarship night. They'll probably do that online somehow, but we're going to participate with them, and we'll announce the winner of the $1,000 scholarship, and then 5 others get a $200 scholarship to go toward cost of books at school. So that was a lot of fun to get engagement on that. Then we're also doing community cleanup. We helped Glendale. We worked with Kelly Lamb and got them a dumpster up in Glendale, and then we're starting to do one in conjunction with the Kanab City Beautification Committee, and we'll have a dumpster, oversized one here at the Office of Tourism in our parking lot, April 27th through May 9th. And we'll encourage folks to do cleanup, whether it's on their personal property or even on public lands, to gather trash. And then they've got to post a picture of them with the trash, and we'll have a couple other things that they need to do, tag friends, like the page, whatever. And then they'll be entered into a drawing, and we'll have additional giveaways. So we've still got some gift certificates to some guided tours and some restaurants, so we'll be giving those away. And then our illustrations, if you haven't seen these, we had 5 posters commissioned from Anderson Design. They do a lot of the retro posters for the national parks. And we did this for Kanab's 150th birthday this year. We had one of downtown Kanab, the one that you can see on the screen. And this is basically a blend of then and now from 1950 to present day. So you'll see some businesses that are no longer there and some that are still there. And you can see our new Kanab Center down there at the end of the street under the Cahill. Here's the 4 destinations that we had done: Toadstools, Peekaboo, Korea, and then Coral Pink Sand Dunes. And we've got a set of posters printed for all of our businesses in Kanab, and we got the frames just, I think, yesterday or the day before, and we're going to be framing those and taking around a set to all of our main businesses where tourists go into their lobbies or their restaurants, and so that when we do have the green light and they can open back up, there'll be inspiration for people to maybe visit something that they didn't already know about when they come to town for the national parks. So this is our entry into soft advertising outside of the area. We have all of those illustrations in postcards, and we put them online for locals and visitors from outside the area to give us a message and who to send it to, and we basically send it out for them. The cost is on us. And it's been so fun to read their messages, like a mother sending one to her son in the military, family sending it to their loved ones or friends, and it's like they're talking about future travels to our area when things go back to normal. So that's been fun. We've been sending out a bunch of those. And then coming up is our Alumni Sesquicentennial campaign. we thought, who loves the area more than those who have a history here, those who graduated from high school in Kanab. And so we've got a database of thousands of email addresses from former graduates, and we're sending them a link that basically, if they fill it out, we're going to send them a gift in the mail, and we're going to include a T-shirt, and we'll send it in this cute box, thanking them for being part of our magic and part of our story, and inviting them to come home. And whether that's during our Sesquicentennial week in June or any other time of year, we just thought that they have a connection to the area, and we want them to come back and experience it as a visitor, and maybe they'll even be a future resident. I'm sure there's going to be a mass exodus from the cities after this, after being quarantined in a tiny space. We'd be super lucky here in King County to be able to still get out and enjoy public lands and wide open spaces during this time. Forever Magic, so again, this is kind of our soft entry into advertising out of the area. We're acknowledging that it might not be the right time to travel, but when it is, we will still be here, and we're Forever Magic. And these are some screenshots from one of the stories that Josie and Jeanette recently posted on social media, to Toadstools, and so you can see imaging there, ending with, together we will overcome, and we are Forever Magic. Then, life ahead. We realize that some folks will still have concerns even when restrictions are lifted. So we're ordering these masks so that our staff can wear them. We can do them as giveaways for our familiarization tour guests, and we could even sell them in our visitor center, just kind of having some fun with the new normal. And then I've just got to brag about our adventure maps once again. These have saved our bacon over and over, and we're so lucky that, you know, we think that when we do have the green light to travel, people are going to be seeking destinations like ours, where there's no crowds, there's wide open spaces, and where they can really kind of be an explorer and do some things without being shoulder to shoulder with people. We have these online and obviously throughout King County and numerous businesses, and so we're really grateful that we have these to help us bounce back from the situation from. And then I just got to brag about my team. I have been so impressed with their ability to be adaptable and responsive during this time. Our job has taken on an entirely new dimension, and no one has complained. And I just want you to see what good hands you're in, and I'm super proud of the team. So thank you so much. Do you guys have any questions for us?
No, looks like you've been really to work, and we appreciate it. That was very interesting.
Good. Hopefully you'll learn something new. We're excited. We're just kind of itching to pull the trigger once we get the green light to really start advertising strongly and get people back here, spending money, and keeping our businesses strong through this time.
Well, thanks, Camille. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You bet. Well, that was very interesting.
Good stuff.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I think what we should be working on as part of the campaign is developing campaigns that inform people how to stay safe when they travel here, because it's not necessarily the hotel rooms that are going to spread the disease, right? It's not, so people coming out and hiking, people staying in a hotel room, that's not what's going to spread the disease. It's the other activities that they do here. So it's people not washing their hands, people not wearing masks, people, the hotels that are supposed to close their breakfast buffets, right? That's what's going to prevent it. People right now could be coming to the hotel rooms as long as they follow those guidelines. So what I would like to see the Office of Tourism working on is developing that type of messaging.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, and that's actually great, Rob. I appreciate that feedback. We, Utah Office of Tourism is actually developing some of that stuff for us, and then we're working with our ad agency as well, because we recognize that it's not just going to go back to normal magically like we'd hope. There's still going to be some caution, and we're going to definitely help our travelers to stay safe and feel comfortable in our destination.
Yeah, I think that's the exact message that should be pushed out there.
Yeah, right now too, because we are going through, a time where we might be having some openings the first of the month, so.
Well, and even when currently the recommendations are to avoid non-essential travel, and that recommendation is going to change at some point, I think a bigger issue might be that people don't feel safe. And so even if they can travel, they might not.
Right.
So I think that's going to be a bigger issue to address, is ensuring safety and then convincing people that they can travel safely.
Right, and I think we have an advantage as the type of destination that we are. Luckily, we're not like New York City or LA. We are already wide open spaces, but of course, you're right, like when we do congregate, whether it's at a restaurant or elsewhere, we can put up flyers and do posts and work with our ad agency on our messaging so that we're helping visitors to know what to do to stay safe and feel comfortable coming here in those scenarios.
Well, and open up the area maybe just a little bit more, so we're not sending everybody to the same place.
Exactly.
Those adventure maps are helpful because there's a lot of places that, those are kind of off the beaten path for a lot of those places, and if we encourage that kind of disbursement in for the people that do come, it'll help, so we don't have them all stuck in one spot. There is a lot.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying we have 70 of those adventure maps, so we definitely have lots of options. Typically people still come here for the parks, but maybe they will get here and think, oh wow, these are way more crowded than we thought. So we can definitely take them beyond the parks like we've always tried to do. We've always wanted to pull them from the parks and to go off the beaten path into some of those hidden gems areas.
I was going to say, and maybe part of that is part of your marketing going forward with this new normal that we're going into, is to be recommending right from the get-go, yeah, we have these beautiful parks, but there's all these other areas that are not crowded and you can be much safer there, something like that.
In our ad campaigns, it was already planned for this year to use some of those illustrations, those images, and none of those actually are of the parks. Those are from our hidden gems, and so we'll definitely continue to try and pull them beyond the parks.
And the other thing that I hear is, from the first of your campaign, is maybe you have saved a little bit of money this year. It might help us out when we start up on budget season and try to figure out where we're going to come up with budgeting money.
Yeah, we'll definitely sharpen our pencil and then, where needed, maybe do a budget opening to use some of the prior year surplus, with caution. But of course, I do feel comfortable that we've been working to that end to definitely have that buffer in a scenario like this, even though nobody could have ever imagined this scenario. But, there's been like 9/11 that has happened in the past, and that's definitely devastated travel. And so we'll sharpen our pencil, but use some of that prior year surplus just so we don't weaken our marketing position.
All right, we appreciate that. We appreciate all your work.
Thank you. Thanks for the time and thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next on the agenda is John Livingston determining a date for budget opening. Do we need to pick a date today for budget opening, John?
Well, I would appreciate if we could schedule one of those for May. You've got 3 items that are there to do that with.
I just didn't bring my telephone today.
Whether you want to do one later on.
I'll get something on here. So we have 12th and the 12th and the 26th, I think. Does that make sense?
Yeah, those were.
Yeah, 12th. I don't have my calendar, but yeah, those are 12th and 26th are dates for commission meeting next month, so.
What, sure.
Is that 5th? No, May. Are we doing a different one in May? Was that the month that we did first?
That's
I thought we did, our
I have
first budget opening in
15th,
June.
19th as well.
5th and 19th,
In
so.
18, we did 7 budget openings.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Last year, we did 3.
Yeah,
We could delay it till June. It's just,
we used to just do them in June and December. This one we used to do. Just 2.
You're comfortable just going to 2?
Let's do it the first commission meeting in the 1st of June.
That'll be
The 9th? Is that gonna be okay with you, John? All right, let's pick the 9th of June for the budget opening.
And then, just to go along with what we discussed with Neil about, just being really careful with limited revenues, it would be nice if before then, we could meet with department heads and elected officials and have a revenue review meeting.
You're exactly right. That's something we've gone away from that we have got to get back to. I'd like to see at least 2, one right in the middle of the year, which would be June, and have a revenue meeting with all department heads and the elected officials. And then especially right when we start working on the budgets, I'd like to see a revenue hearing. Okay, we got away from that, and it's kind of hurt us a little bit. We just haven't been kept up to, I know we're guessing, but we can see what's come in, what's gone out, and have a little more idea for our budget, so we don't go through what we did last year. All right, we've got a date set of June 9th. So that takes care of that line item. Number 5, is Kelly on the line?
I am.
Okay, Kelly, a source for potential reimbursement for COVID-19 expenses for the county. We're having the 5-county LG has $479,000 that will be split up between the 5 county that are in the 5-county ALG. I received this morning on my phone, which is at my home, by the way. I don't even have it with me. The guidelines for that, and it looks a lot like, Kelly, that we need to probably get it involved with, it's the exact same thing as CDBG. They're following the same guidelines.
Okay, and it's a small business support?
It really hit on building things that will help fight the COVID disease. It really more goes, everything it talks about is to protect us from the COVID virus.
So it isn't, business, sustaining type, funds?
It can be. If you've ever seen I wish I would have brought that. I was gonna run it off and put it in by my computer, and then I forgot it. It has a whole list of several different things, and one of those is that. What we need to do, I think we're meeting Friday. I think it was Friday that the 5-county ALG meeting is gonna meet, and we're gonna talk about it and kind of drill down on really what we can actually use the money, and if we have an argument for it to go somewhere else, we can argue that point. What I'd like to do is sit down with you, Mr. Chamberlain and Kelly, and go down their list that they give us and see where it fits within the scope of the outline you're already using.
We do that
Mhm.
first, maybe.
What's that?
You wanna do that before Friday, you wanna try to
We-
do something Thursday?
What does your Thursday look like?
We got that call in the morning at 9:30.
Yes, we have our,
We could do it following that perhaps.
yeah.
Cool.
I would like,
Thursday looks good.
I will send you both a copy of this list and then we can sit down and have a phone conversation on Thursday. And we can do that right after our, task force calling on Thursday. Are you available, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm available. And,
All right.
Sounds great.
I will get you today, as soon as I get home and find exactly where I put my phone. Would you check in my phone?
Yeah.
Make sure it's not there. It might be.
Yeah, it sounds good. And anything we can do, a lot of my focus has been on the business community and trying to make sure that the businesses are getting access to available resources, both at the state level and at the federal level, and any additional programs we can develop here are definitely helpful. And part of what go ahead.
I was just gonna say, really, I think what we're gonna have to do is change our mind a little bit on following the CDBG guideline, because that's so structured on buildings and something that you'd want the full you need the full $490 to do.
That was my concern is that our share of that, Kane County share of that isn't gonna be enough to do anything
No,
building wise, but it could help some businesses, so.
You know, and I'm gonna bring that up, that, you know, with us, there's not much we can do, like, with our medical or health department. I think they're both in pretty good shape right now.
I don't know where to put money there.
So,
Yeah, we want the resources to go to where they're needed the most.
yeah, it doesn't make sense to go up there and see if we can build another wing onto the hospital, in which we can for $100,000, so we'll have to just take a real good look at it. I will send that to you, Commissioner Gant, and to you, Commissioner Chamberlain, and Rob. I will send a copy to you, and one to Kelly, and make sure that gets taken care of.
I think it would be good to have that, the MC Gardner report showing that Kane County is projected to be the most severely hit by this, COVID thing, when you take over there and show them what we're gonna be hit hard, and we need all we can get of that, and it needs to go to our businesses and stuff so we can.
I heard that come out this morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and see, we just administered a grant program countywide, and the state of Utah, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, let us repurpose some grant money that we got from them to do small business expansion and retention grants of up to $1,000. And in 2 days, we had 40 businesses apply. And it's heart-wrenching to see what's happening to these businesses. And Camille and Carla really highlighted this, and that snapshot is grim. But I want to be here as a resource, and because I think on the other side of it, we have the businesses, but then we have the government, and we have the county, and when the businesses collect less, the county collects less. So what resources are out there to help the county with potential downfall, budget shortage, or economic development projects? That's one thing that I'm really looking for, especially as the state of Utah is set to, last week the legislature met to address a number of items, one of which is accepting $1.5 billion from the feds. And so are there any resources there that can come down to us in Kane County? But
Well, that'd be great.
I've talked with John and with Alan, and I know it's important to coordinate, and so I just want everyone to know I'm here as a resource and anything I can do to help.
Kelly, you visited with John about this, and as far as actual reimbursable expenses that the county may have had, the only one that I think you came up with was that Sheriff Glover may have had some expenses. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And that was talking to Alan as well.
Okay, and that's the best, or you're in the process of going after those monies then from whatever entity is the best source?
Yes.
All right. What I'll do is send this out, and I'd like you to, if you would, maybe put it out onto copied onto a paper, and then look at each one of these categories they give you, and just plug in where you think we can use this money. And then after we get through with the meeting, we should know exactly how much money we're getting down here, so.
Great.
Commissioner Smith, this is a day. I have that quick guide for the eligible activities. Do you want me to email that out for you?
We need to probably make sure it's the same one. I think it is.
It's from the steering committee's meeting that we were at last week.
Okay, that would be the same one. Yeah, if you could just hit them all with that, that would be great.
All right, I'll send it over.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else, Kelly?
No, I'll just say that the state of Utah is, the legislature at least, is very interested in getting the state's economy opened quickly. They developed a new task force that's going to be making recommendations this week, and things are fluid right now, so we'll continue to monitor them and make sure we're up to date and plugged in.
Yeah, I have an item that needs to be. I will bring it up in our reports, because I was on the phone call with another commissioner this morning. So it'll work. I think it'll fit better in our reports. Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Natural resource letter, Attorney Van Dyke.
So,
Sorry.
it's fine. I answer to a lot of names. I think the commission is aware that the SITLA is proposing to sell 3 parcels north of Kanab. And we have, as a county, we have the opportunity to make comment on their proposed sale. Like all SITLA projects, we don't have a whole lot of information. They're just saying that someone has petitioned to purchase the parcels. There's one parcel that is, part of it is being leased by Best Friends, and part of it is leased by Kanab City, because they have a well located on the SITLA parcel. And then the other 2 parcels are the Red Knoll that's just south of the highway, and then there's a parcel north of the highway close to Red Knoll. and all 3 of those are under the project. It's set to be the project, quote unquote project, which my understanding is that the project is to just sell the property. The project is set to begin on the 30th, and so we have between now and then, the sooner the better, to submit comment to SITLA on the sale of the 3 parcels. So there's a couple of issues. So obviously Kanab City is going to be concerned about the lease that they hold and how the proposed sale is going to affect that lease for their well. And in addition, how the sale might affect the surrounding property that falls under their well source protection plan. My understanding is that Kanab City has a water attorney that is working on a response to cover those specific issues. And then a day has also been in discussions with Resource Committee members and Kanab City who have expressed some concern about the sale of the property, especially not knowing the intended use after the sale, which that information hasn't been given to us. We can assume that the sale will be to an entity that's going to hold it so that it's not used for any economic purposes, or at least that it won't be used for specifically the economic purposes that were planned with the sand mine. So my understanding is that Kanab City has expressed some concern about that, about selling the property in a means that does not support or promote the economy or that expands outside of the tourism economy. There's also concerns about how that may or may not affect property taxes. There's a couple of issues there. So I can draft up a letter for the commission, but I don't know what your opinion is on the project. You may be hearing about this for the first time now. So
When is it due? Comments?
So it's not clear when the due date is, but the project, the quote-unquote project, which is what I understand is the sale of it, but it may just be the beginning of like an environmental assessment type situation. That's the 30th, so we need to get it in really as soon as possible. So I don't know if you want to like designate one of you to take the lead to approve a final letter. I don't know if you want to have a general discussion about that today, but I'm just looking for direction on where to go.
I think we definitely need to have a discussion on it today. What happened was at the 5-county AOG, it was brought up, and Mayor Houston, he stood up and he said he just wanted everybody there to know that, first of all, we had a company called Southern Red Sands that was going to buy it, that owned it, and or were in the process of, and they help me out here if you would. He said that it would have made us a lot of house sustaining jobs of quite a bit, and that best friend bought it, which made us lose that. What else did he say?
So he was more or less saying, you know, with our limited amounts of private property within Kane County, SITLA land usually provides an opportunity for economic development and growth outside of the private property areas, and that selling this land to, and he said, quote unquote, you know, an environmentalist type group with the purpose of shutting down and not allowing any type of development for future, that it takes away those job opportunities, it takes away any future development or expansion that could help the county economically. Some of the other commissioners and mayors kind of stepped in and maybe said, you know, if we say that we don't recommend the sell, but if SITLA decides to go forward with the sell, that there be types of contingencies or guidelines that the land will somehow continue to develop job opportunities, that the property tax, once it rolls onto the tax roll, will still generate property tax income for the county, just so that there's some positive benefits of this sell, and that it's not just another wilderness type created, which we all know we have plenty of those around in our area that take away opportunity to do any type of use on them. So it was more or less just a worry of taking land and taking it out of use for the county.
They also said that the barrier around, or this area around the well site that they were going to produce out there, they wanted to make sure that was secure on the other parcel. They suggested a lot of language from, I think there was a mayor from Hurricane that came up with ideas that they wanted in their letter. There was a commissioner, two commissioners, Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner from Beaver County, Mike Dalton. And they just said there's too much of the state lands that are being sold by companies that buy them in the state, that they keep them as is instead of having them be able to collect taxes off of them and have businesses on them. So they are going to write a pretty strong letter from 5 counties back against the sale to a nonprofit outfit that's going to just leave it as is. Sheriff?
Just one other comment maybe you haven't thought of, but that section is a section that is pretty important to the local hunting community as well. The Utah DNR pays SITLA, I think, about $1 million a year to keep those SITLA sections open to hunting, with a few exceptions for leases and things like that. But that's a factor that should be considered locally. If it's private and locked up,
That'll be the end of that.
No more access to hunting.
Yeah. And also, Mayor Houston said something about they're right over their main water. That's right over the main water aquifers.
Yeah.
It's a recharge area. Anyway, they had quite a few concerns. I know they're going to write a pretty strong letter. Commissioner Gant.
Yes.
I know you were kind of involved in the business part out there. Is this going to affect you any personally?
No, it won't. I'll recuse from any other decision going forward on it, just so I don't, muddy the waters, but it doesn't have any effect on Southern Red Sands or what was Southern Red Sands or myself.
Okay.
This is completely separate from that. So this is between SITLA and Best Friends now, for sure.
All right. Okay, thank you.
I would like to comment just
Go
that, I think that Kanab City, what I could see happening, because that is, I'm not a hydrologist, but that is upstream and a recharge area for the Kanab water system, a good deal of it. And I can see once that it's controlled by someone who is anti-growth, anti-development, whatever, they could use the control of that to say, we're not allowing any more expansion or any more drawdown on water from our water table. And so it could be used down the road to prevent growth in Kane County and specifically Kanab and areas surrounding Kanab, very easily. I mean, this could be a chokehold on, it just says no more water. So I think it ought to strongly deal with that issue that, if they do this, that goes well beyond just the control of that land, but it could control the water under that land as well.
Just a question, this is a day. Is there any way, because prior to Best Friends trying to purchase this land, I believe that Southern Red Sands was just leasing the land. Is there any way that we could recommend that it's a lease? Because I do feel like conversations we've had in the past, we've kind of talked over how important it is that Sitla lands remain within Sitla's holdings to develop and generate that fund revenue for the school systems. And then also, like for example, with Southern Red Sands, there was going to be royalties paid, and that was a continued generating factor. But Sitla still had control over the land, and it was in their ownership. It was just a lease. I don't know if that affects, that was a great point that Sheriff Glover brought up with the hunting. I believe that those areas are prime areas for hunting season, and if, from what I understand, if it just goes through as a lease, those hunting rights would still be available to the public since the DNR does purchase those type of rights to use Sitla land. So that's just maybe a thought as well.
The DNR pays for hunting rights. State.
Well, we have information that Best Friends have already closed on that land.
School institutional trust lands is not DNR. Well, that's true.
But the thing that bothers me is why if we were, what did they say a day was the deadline that letter had to be back to them?
They wanted it as soon as possible, whereas, to say what Rob said, the project start date, which is, I think the proposed sell date is April 30th.
The federal government, when they created the state of Utah.
You're not on mute.
Andy, you're not on mute. There you go.
So what I think has happened is that they're under contract, and then the 30th is when it closes. And the information that we have is that we don't know who the purchaser is. We're maybe there's people that know for sure that the purchaser is Best Friends. So I don't know that we should clarify that information. If anybody has specific information that it is Best Friends, great. But that's kind of an assumption that's being made because Sitla is not disclosing, at least to the county directly, who the purchaser is. What they're saying is...
Sorry, I guess in the abstract, for clarification, just to put it out there, it says the project abstract, Sitla has received the petition to sell 3 sections of Kanab, north of Kanab, containing approximately 1,786 acres. Sitla will complete the cultural resource survey prior to the sale. Section 32 has 2 leases, one to Kanab City for a well site and one to Best Friends. So I think that's, just to clarify, that's where the information on Best Friends came up. It hasn't been said that it's Best Friends purchasing it. So to make that clarification,
Yeah.
Sorry.
But a lot of us are assuming, and that may be a correct assumption, but we don't know. We do know that Best Friends on one of the Sitla parcels that is being proposed to be sold is they hold a lease. So that's part of their home base up in the Kanab Canyon is they own some of the property they own outright right now, and then there is one of the Sitla parcels where they are leasing a portion of that for the sanctuary. So I just want to clarify that. We don't know that Best Friends is the purchaser.
Other than, I think I heard Gary Zabriskie bleed out with that when he started to talk about it.
But he doesn't have any more information
He probably doesn't, that's true.
than we do, yeah. He was given the same letter to to request that they respond to the proposed project.
Well, regardless, if the land is being sold, which will, with the intended purpose of not developing or not providing any economic benefit to the community, and the issue concerning water, I think that we should be opposing strongly until we get that information on who it is, what it is, and that it may have a very serious impact on Kane County and specifically Kanab City and areas outside of Kanab City for growth. There's the recreational use, the hunting use, that needs to be clarified, all these other things before anything happens. And I think we ought to put something out that fairly strongly, request information on that before anything happens.
Yeah, I really think that if they owned that property at Red Knoll, it would be close to hunting.
Well, 1,700 acres, it's really seriously devastating to locals for all kinds of recreational use.
Yeah.
Severe change in the way we use the land around that area.
Yeah, therein lies the big problem, because we don't know who the proposed purchaser is or what their proposed use of it is.
But I think that we should be demanding that kind of information, even though they're not required to give it to us out of.
Oh, they're specifically not giving it to us.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Out of, I think it's specifically within our bounds, our right to request that, demand that information.
Those things that.
How can we be expected to propose, to understand a project we have no idea what it is? And I know that we don't have rights to do anything with it, but we certainly have the right to comment at least, and we can't comment when we have no idea what it is.
Our comment would be, if that was sold, that it would for sure be, because that's the way they are. They don't have it, they have no kill.
It would be worth, someone going back and watching this. I think they live stream those meetings, go back and watch the meeting and decide what happened from last week. Is that a day's?
Yeah,
I can volunteer to go ahead and check that out and watch the live stream and report back to you guys.
All right, that'd be great, thank you.
So because of the time-sensitive nature of this, I can draft a letter that includes, it sounds like there's about 4 points. There's the Kanab City water, there's the economic development, there's the hunting, there's the general recreation, some of those issues that can be addressed at taxes. And then I wonder if you want to designate Commissioner Chamberlain as the final approver on that letter before it goes out, or how do you want to do that?
I'm fine to do it.
That might probably be better, because I'm gonna be signing on this other letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will do that.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion on that? Hearing none, we'll go on to number 7. Discussion merits of creating an ad hoc committee to provide recommendation to commission on reopening the economy in Kane County. Commissioner Chamberlain.
Watching a rural county, it was a UAC meeting. A lot of these other counties are doing this, and it seemed like maybe something that we should consider. The state will give some general guidance on, reopening, but, what other counties we're looking at, and I was gonna recommend to this that we consider anyway, is get a little ad hoc committee together to give specific guidance to us, and it would include comments like Rob came up with as far as, look, if we're gonna be advertising for visitors to come from outside of the area, we wanna be sure that they can do so safely. I would think that it would need to be represented, the hospital would need to be represented, and the public health department would need to be represented, but then also business community, maybe Chamber of Commerce and Camille, and just to give us a little bit more insight or whatever decisions we're gonna be making as things go forward as far as opening up the county. That was my comment. So whether we think that's a good idea or not,
This might be a good time for me to, explain the phone call that I received this morning. Paul Cousins, Commissioner over in, Iron County, his sheriff, and Alma Adams, another commissioner, have been calling the rest of the 5-county participants in the 5-county Association of Government. They have called Gil Almquist in Washington County, who in turn said he had the backing of his commissioners. He's called Mike Tibbs, or Mike, he's called Jerry Taylor. Who I talked to yesterday, who was asking if we were going to open. And also Mike, I forgot his name again. He's commissioner at, Mike Dalton. The commissioners at Beaver County, and also the big man. We can't think of his name. He's another commissioner. Mark Whitney. Okay. And what's her name? The other lady. Oh, I'm terrible.
Tammy Pearson.
Tammy Pearson. Correct. They have talked to Dr. Blodgett. Now, Dr. Blodgett says he cannot get on board with the 5-county Association of Counties because he's still a director of health for the state. So he says, I totally agree with you, everything that they're doing, but I cannot put my name to it, even though he's 5-county. But all of them want the firm date of May 1st to be an opening of the counties. And after this meeting, I have to get back with Paul Cousins and let him know what this commission wants, would agree with. Do they agree with having an opening by May 1st?
I don't know what an opening means.
Yeah, can I give some clarity to that? So we are not actually closed right now. So there's state guidelines, right, that don't actually prohibit travel. It's the stay safe, stay home directive from the governor recommends that everybody limit non-essential travel. What is in place is the State Department of Health's order that restricts restaurants and restricts group sizes to no more than 10. That is in place. So if there's a closure, that's what we're talking about, that specific order. It's currently set to expire May 1st. It's had 3 expiration dates, and it's been extended every time. It's that we have no control over. The state's going to do what they are going to do. We can certainly advocate that they do something different, but that's the order that's in place. The guidelines also are in place till May 1st, the stay home, stay safe guidelines that limit all non-essential travel. Again, those are guidelines. So to say we're going to open things up, it's not an action that our local governments are going to take to open things up. We do have the county ordinance that expires tomorrow that talks about the public lands. That's on the agenda to address, where for one weekend it limited non-resident use of public lands for recreational purposes. That was lifted after one weekend so that it's only a daytime closure of about 6 specific sites, right? So you're going to discuss that, today, of whether that should be, allowed to expire, continued, or modified. But there aren't any local things in place that actually close. So the discussion really shouldn't be, what should we do to open it up? Should we open things up on May 1st? Because you don't have control over that. What you do have control over is developing plans so that things can be open, and ensuring to the governor and the State Department of Health that we have a plan in place so that we can be the ones to control things locally as opposed to having a statewide mandate.
Which
Right.
might convince them to do this process more on a regional basis, which it sounds like you have a bit of a coalition for. So if you had the planning in place to convince the state, take the regional approach, then you would have quite a bit of control over that. Am I wrong?
Exactly. So on Thursday, the state issued their Utah Leads Together 2.0, right? And what it sets up is that on May 1st, well, not exactly May 1st, but either May 1st or even prior to that, because we've met the goal of the transmission rate getting from 2.5 to below 1, they've already met that goal. So the state is ready to transition from the critical phase to the stabilization phase. And within that phase, then there's this color-coded response, right? So right now, we're under red, which is the stay-home directive. Non-essential travel should be limited, right? And then there's colors that's yellow, it's orange, yellow, green. And green is the new normal, where everything can still be open, but we're still wearing masks, washing our hands, cleaning, high-touch services a lot. And what we don't know is the state has said they could do a statewide approach. They could do a regional approach, which is more like the health districts. They could do a county-by-county approach. They could do a community approach where, like you're looking at Salt Lake, you're looking at St. George to have higher restrictions in place, but Kanab maybe is green right away. They haven't said what they're going to do. But if this commission wants them to get to a green quicker, what you should do is be putting in place what your plan would be to get to green quicker. And then they would be, just like Tracy just said, they'd be more likely to engage in a regional or a community or a county approach as opposed to a statewide approach. Because if it's a statewide approach, we're going to be in red for a while, and then we're going to be in orange for a long time.
Well, so that, both of those go along with what I was saying. I think if we put together a little ad hoc committee that does involve the public health and the hospitals, so that we're taking those things into consideration. And as more people start to come, what do the motels need to do? What do the restaurants need to do? And what do the guide services need to do? And all these different ones, be able to say, we have a plan in place that we can safely accommodate visitors from outside the area as well as our own, our residents. And help us guide that. It needs to be, I think, the county commission that adopts a plan, but I don't think that we're the ones that want to pull it together. So that was my recommendation is form an ad hoc committee to just exactly that. We'll see what the state lets us do with it, but at least have a plan in place that says this is how we're going to move from red to orange to green, or what we're going to do to facilitate that. And part of it is, certainly involves Camille's marketing, what they do to ensure that the marketing, that people feel comfortable, but also all the businesses that are going to interact with visitors, that they all have all of their ducks in a row so that they can meet all of the requirements. So that was my recommendation anyway, is we put something like that together, get that going as quickly as possible. Somebody from the hospital, somebody from the health department, Camille certainly, and Colette probably from Chamber of Commerce. They could bring one or two other people on representing various subgroups if they want to within that. Someone from the sheriff's department.
Don't call it the sheriff's department.
Excuse me.
Sheriff's office.
The office. Someone from that office. I don't know if there's anyone else that needs to be, but I think it could start off that way fairly And then if there's more people that need to be brought into this, they could get them meeting via phone or, Zoom or whatever right away and coming up with a plan that we could adopt hopefully at the next meeting that says, we have a plan in place, we're good to go, or we're not, or whatever it is. But so that it's not us making a decision without input from people.
Can you do that before March or May 1st?
I think we could try. I mean, for us to adopt it, we'd have to meet again to do that, but we could do that.
It depends, I think, on how specific you want to be, because you can have, like the state's plan is not specific at all. It has these, 30,000 foot things, and I think what you need to get to, if you want to be as aggressive as possible, what you're going to need to do is say, okay, we've compiled all the guidelines, and we know that if it's red, here's the guidelines that are out there. If it's orange, if it's yellow, it's green, these are the guidelines. And we have gone specifically to this hotel, and they have submitted to us what they are going to do specifically under those guidelines. If it's orange, and tomorrow it's gone back to red, so they're going to go back to this set of specific policies for that hotel, and we need to be going to individual businesses and getting them to commit to this plan, right? I think that's how we show that Kane County is ready to quote unquote open.
What we have is we have a group now that represents the hoteliers. We have a group that represents the vacation rentals. We don't have a formal restaurant association, but we could do that through the chamber, which once we determine what those guidelines are, then they are responsible for going to the motels, for example, say you got to do this, this, and this, and this when it's orange. And are you set up and ready to do that? And we could commit to the state that these are the guidelines that all of our facilities are going to meet when we're at this stage. And that could happen probably fairly quick, but I think we'd want to start this thing fairly quickly if we're going to do it.
Well, so in order for me to go back and talk to the other 5 commissioners, who sounds like to me the other 4 that's on the Association of Government, are saying, I don't know what their program is, but they have all, except us, decided to go back to opening restaurants. I don't know what they have in place.
But that gets back to the state order. What I suggest you tell them is that Kane County is working to be prepared to open it just as soon as the restrictions are lifted by the state health department, and to follow those guidelines, but to ensure that we do it safely. And we'll certainly meet any of the, we meet the state guidelines, but we will do them. We'll be prepared very quickly to meet the state guidelines. But we can't open up restaurants when the state department's saying you can't open.
Well, the state health department will shut down the restaurant if they open. That's what will happen.
So
the planning process is what's important, and what you have to decide with your group, with your 5 county AOG group or health department group, is who's gonna write the plan. Is it gonna be a regional plan, or is it gonna be a county by county plan, or both? And who's gonna write it? The health department, 5 county AOG, they have people that write plans. That's what they do a lot. So maybe if you get an ad hoc committee that feeds them Kane County information, contacts, et cetera, how we're gonna get the information out to, various different businesses based on what the criteria is for the color coding system. You could write a plan fairly quickly, but you have to say who's writing the plan. It's gotta be kind of one group or one person.
Well, I think that actually should come from the 5 county, with the blessing of Dr. Bloss.
So then the problem becomes, are all 5 counties in this region going to agree on the criteria? That'll be the question that we submit to the state, and therefore they.
What I would recommend to the 5 county that's writing this is that they establish a plan that says that the region will meet the minimum requirements that's established below, and each individual county or municipality may go above and, may go beyond that. Within state, health department regulations, that sort of thing, so that we still have some ability. What I'd like to do is I would like to give Camille some real teeth in her marketing to say, hey, every motel that you're going to stay in Kane County has been certified to this level. Feel comfortable in coming here, and the restaurants are at this level, and I'm not saying, sure that all these other counties are gonna do that, but I don't care, that's their issue. But I think that we can use this to our advantage as we go forward if we do it right. And so we'll meet the minimum, and Five County could put together a minimum that says, yep, we're ready to open the Five County region to, you know, whenever the state says we can do that. But our counties and municipalities may have even more stringent or more whatever. You can always go more stringent than what the health department does. We're not gonna go more stringent, I'm sure, but what we're gonna do is verify that every place that interacts with the public does it properly. And I don't know that everybody else is gonna say that, but I think we wanna say it specifically because for marketing purposes.
There was another side to that too, and that, where they, took the governor, the health department out as in a leading role and put them in as an advisory role. Did you see that in there, Bob?
Say that again.
They took, the health department from being the leading role and put them in as advisory role.
You're talking about the legislation that
Yeah.
just passed?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been trying to keep up to date on that. I know that they passed, House Bill 3004, I think it is, and that does create some changes, but they were supposed to be supplemented by House Bill 3009, which has been stalled.
It's,
And
yeah,
so-
that's ones for counties and cities.
I've been up like half the night, the last several nights reviewing all this stuff, but, yeah, it's not in effect yet regardless, but.
It's supposed to go in effect on May 1st, I think.
If I were Camille, though, I don't care if, what I wouldn't want to be saying is that our county commissioners have made the decision ahead of and without the consent of the health department that we're gonna do this and this and this. Even if that's what the state is doing, I would still like us to be able to do it in collaboration, cooperation with the health department people.
And Five,
So we can say that we're making a decision based on
Five
science
counties,
and.
Dr. Blodgett's been in every one of their meetings with the others. And, I should have had him on here today. I should have Paul Cousins on here today and let him talk. I didn't make it as a line item, I was just doing a report, so I didn't do that. But,
The state's plan, this legislation, the overall goal is to create this statewide task force that comes up with a plan, and they make recommendations to the governor, and I think the deadline is May 30th. And then the governor has to either accept, reject, or modify that plan. But that legislation isn't done yet. It's still in flux. And the legislative session is gonna go into next week. So we won't know until then, what the state of that is.
When is the 30th?
So it's May 30. If this commission, I think they're calling it a commission, not a task force. If this commission, if the legislation is approved and this commission is created, my understanding is that their deadline is May 30th, not April 30th. But regardless of that, like this commission is gonna come up with a plan to submit to the governor for him to accept or not. During that period of time, if we want to influence their plan to be a more localized approach, if that's what the commission wants, and it sounds like that's what you want, then doing this work is going to be critical to establish to that commission that a localized approach is going to be safe, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is currently, for example, under this color-coded system, they have different categories that they have some general guidance. So let's look at the restaurant and food service. So under the red category, it says no dine-in service and extreme caution taken in food preps, physical distancing maintained, curbside pickup, takeout, and delivery only, contactless payment encouraged, create safe environment for staff. So those are the current, that's what we're currently operating under, right? Under the orange, it says, oh, sorry, lost it for a second. Takeout delivery options preferable. Dine-in services allowed with extreme precaution. Follow strict guidelines for physical distancing and staff monitoring. Contactless payment. Encourage, create safe environments for staff. So what does this mean? Extreme precautions for dine-in services. That's where we need to be working with our local businesses to say, here's what our extreme precautions would look like. So that when we're under a orange, we can be the ones to determine what orange is, and here's what's going to specifically apply to that business, right? Then you move to yellow, dine-in services allowed with precaution, follow strict guidelines for physical distancing, right? So that relaxes a little bit, but what does that mean? When you go into Subway, what does it mean to change from extreme precaution to strict guidelines for physical distancing? And then you get to green, dine-in restaurants operating under proper safety precautions for staff and customers. What does proper safety precautions mean? We need to be working on that, right? We need to be working with our local businesses so that they can say, we know what proper safety precautions are if we're now designated as a green county or a green city, right?
If that comes through 5-county, you know, we're better, I believe we are better served if it's more regional, and if it comes down to the county having the ability to do some things with that as well. And so, if we put some stuff together, like you're saying, Rob, I think it helps in the argument with this commission that's going to be making these recommendations to show that 5-county region is ready to step up and take responsibility on this, and more specifically, even individual counties and municipalities within the region. So,
I think what we need to do is make a decision whether we're going to go to the middle or to the green.
But if the messaging coming from our local governments is, we want to just get everything opened up by May 1st, the state is going to say, yeah, they don't know what they're doing. We're not going to let them make that decision. We're going to impose restrictions on them. That's what I'm trying to say.
How about if you go back to the 4 counties?
Yes, they can. They're doing it now.
Yeah, right now, we could say we want to open up restaurants in dining right now, today. We could do it today, and they would come down and shut them down. Because that's the state health department says, no, you can't do that. So what I suggest we do is you go back to the other 4 counties and you say, absolutely, we're in sync with you on opening up as soon as the state allows that. As soon as the state provides that within their guidelines. Further, we're going to develop some guidelines for Kane County that we will use to ensure that people can return to the county safely. We'll have those, but 5-count. But yes, we're in sync with you on opening up as soon as the state allows that.
But Commissioner Smith, I think it's important, back to Rob's initial point, I think it's important if this group of the 5-county AOG, Southwest Public Health group, overall conglomerate, if they're going to say, we want you to cut us loose as a region to develop our own program basically down here in the southwest corner of Utah, then you should accompany that with a plan for southwest Utah, and maybe somewhat general, but a plan that sort of coincides with the governor's color coding system or whatever, that lays out some of what Commissioner Chamberlain's talking about as far as here's what we actually intend to do as we rate these areas for whatever color coding they have. And I think personally, and I could be totally wrong because it's statewide politics to a certain extent, but I think if you had a pretty good plan that you present to them to say, here's what we're going to do if we're allowed to sort of split off, I think they kind of maybe would want to take the regional approach. I don't think they're going to want to take the county by county approach, although it has some merit. And I definitely don't think they're going to do the city approach basically. But that's just my own opinion. But I think if 5-county AOG / Southwest Public Health wants to, or that group of commissioners wants to get together and mayors and say, here's what we want, accompany that with a plan that then makes the state think, well, these guys are on top of a reasonable effort to do, their own thing.
I agree with you.
I'm on board with the sheriff and Brent both. I'm kind of quiet here, but yeah.
This is
I
that
agree.
plan that, Tim Gardner Institute. And of the 5 counties, you can see that we have much more to lose by not setting something up and getting something in place. And I would see that we could be the leaders to get that whole 5-county area together. That we're gonna have to lead it.
One thing you should look at, with whatever group is looking at these plans, is the risk. You shouldn't just look at the reward side, we have to look at the risk.
That's why I'm
side as well.
saying, I don't want this to be a commissioner-driven plan. I want this to be, I suggest that this is a plan that's developed by the business community and the health community to come up with a molding of that meets both needs.
Will you take that on?
Yes, I will.
All right, and can you
Yeah.
do it real quick?
Quickly. Yeah. My only question is who do we think, is this something that Alan Aldridge could lead, you think, or?
He may be on the phone still, he's pretty busy with his regular emergency management duties, but he certainly should be involved in.
Certainly needs to be involved. I could ask Camille to lead it or something, but we just need, I'll take responsibility for it, we'll get it going and meet quickly so that we've got something before.
Camille.
Within a few days, she had to get off.
You had to be out?
But she supported doing that and would like to participate in it before she bailed. All right, I'll get it organized and we'll go for it.
Okay, sounds good.
Brent, I was talking to Heath Hansen this morning. He'd like to be involved in that conversation with Lee's office.
Who is that?
Keith Hansen.
Heath Hansen at Lee's office.
Yeah, okay.
He needs that kind of information to help Trump. He's on
He
Trump.
wants to pass this decision on up to, now that Lee's on that committee with the president, he wanted to pass that information directly up on our decision.
All right. That's good. What I will do is I will tell Paul that we're working on it and we're with them, but we want to have this plan in place that meets the governor's outline.
We recommend 5 counties.
And then when we get through, we'll put it in and recommend. I'm sure they've got somebody in there that's building the plan.
Other planners, that's what they did.
So, thank you.
I'll reach out to 5 counties, somebody that's determined whether they have somebody working on it.
Paul.
Paul is the commissioner. No,
He's the commissioner.
I'll reach out to 5 counties.
Reach out, you'll reach out to,
Should I do
Sure.
Brisky or
No.
Terry or?
probably, what's the other one? Ahead of it.
Paul Cousins, did you say?
No, it starts with a T.
Oh, Brian.
Brian,
Theriot.
Theriot,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll reach
Brian
out to
Theriot,
Brian.
yeah. Or talk to Paul, he has he's doing both, and I'll talk to Paul, you talk to Brian, okay? Because I told him I would call him back after. All right, we're getting way behind. So, that takes care of number 7, right? Boy. Number 8, Indigent Defense Commission grant application.
So we talked about this before, where Shane Manueli is gonna draft, a grant application for the IDC. He has that in. I don't know if you've had a time to review it or not yet. One thing that he's put forth is that he is the project manager and he is the financial point of contact. And that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I felt like at least John should be the financial point of contact, if not also the project director. And I know that our public defender, William Lay, is concerned a little bit about the structure of it. So I'd like him to weigh in before it's finally approved, but otherwise it's ready to be approved and submitted.
We probably need to bring him over and sit down and have him meet with Lay and.
So I told him to do that, and he didn't. And then I've sent, William Lay a copy of the application, of the grant application, and he hasn't gotten back to me yet about it.
What was his reservations?
Well, before seeing the application, his concern was that this was taking away the control and making him have to be in a supervisory, like putting Shane as his supervisor essentially. And I ensured to him that that was not our intent at all, that the commission had no intention of removing local control over the public defender contract.
No.
Or requiring our public defender to report in some type of supervisory capacity to this person, but that it was, like we talked about before, he's a resource to go to.
Absolutely.
And a liaison with the Indigent Defense Commission where they're requesting reporting and whatnot. And then he would be managing the conflict public defender portion of it. That we have issues, you know, where the court's always getting me to pick the conflict public defender, which is a big problem. And I continue to push back against that, and to where we have this rotating list, but we don't always have enough attorneys on the list, right? We've talked about these issues.
Yeah.
That's the main issue that this grant is gonna solve, is transitioning that over to Shane Manueli, where he maintains the list. He's assigning the cases for conflict, counsel on cases where Mr. Lay, typically it's where you have two co-defendants that he can't represent both of them. So Shane would then be assigning cases, and then he would be the public defender on ones where the list isn't enough. That's the main problem that this is gonna fix. So, as long as we can all get on the same page that that's what this application is doing, and then I think it's ready to submit.
Right, that's good. I was pretty impressed with him. He did tell me he'd come over there anytime, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as the, public defender contract is between whoever will lay and Kane County, then this guy doesn't actually have any supervisory authority. No.
Yeah, and I made that clear to him, so.
And that's, he's just there, he's also there just to help if he needs to.
Yeah, yeah, to provide support. So I am looking for some type of authorization to submit the grant application. I think you should do it on the condition that it's reviewed and approved by John, and then reviewed and approved by Mr. Lay.
Okay. Do you wanna make that motion?
Yeah, I make that motion and you do exactly what you said.
Okay.
Or I will repeat it.
Can you take that off of the?
Yeah.
All right. Did you hear that, Adney?
I did. I agree.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, number 9, extension of modifications of ordinance 2020-10 regarding recreational use of public lands. Rob, that's got your name by it.
I drafted it. I'll take that for it.
Sheriff, you wanna lean in on this one? Open and back up public lands.
Do you want me to set the stage and then you can
Yeah.
ask for the sheriff's
Can you see
advice
it all
on
right?
what to
That
do?
work? I can't see what it's saying. We'll assume.
Yeah.
That's okay. He's laying down.
So this ordinance did two things, and you put it in place just before Easter weekend. The first is that it limited public lands for recreational use to residents only. So anybody that was not a current resident or property owner of Kane County was not allowed to recreate on public land. It didn't limit travel here. It just limited the recreation on public land. And the other part was it looked at people who own second homes or have some other type of secondary residence that are returning from an area where there's an outbreak of COVID-19. It put them on quarantine if they're returning to Kane County for 14 days, or, well, I don't need to get into the specifics of that, but it had basically an isolation period for people returning to Kane County to secondary residences. So after the Easter weekend, by executive order, the chair, Lamont Smith, modified the first part of the ordinance, so there was no longer a restriction on non-residents using public lands, and said that non-residents were allowed to use public lands for recreation as long as they were only using the 6 or 7 specific designated spots that we felt like were high-density recreation areas. Those they could only use for day use only. And then there's the general camping restrictions where you have to be 50 yards from other groups. You can't be more than 10 people unless you're from the same household. So that's where we're at now. It all expires tomorrow, so you need to consider whether to extend any portions of it, both the recreation part and the isolation for people returning from other places to secondary residence.
What's your opinion, Sheriff?
Well, I think we've learned a lot since we've been going through this over the last few weeks. Travel has been, as Camille points out, down. What travel we are having is camping and things like that. Dispersed areas, I don't think it's posed much of a problem. We did have some medical calls over the Easter weekend, which we expected. Hopefully the ordinance impacted that in some way. We had a lot of deputies out, mostly educating, contacting people in a cordial way, which I don't believe we wrote any citations as part of the ordinance, which wasn't really our goal necessarily. It was more to educate people and ask them not to travel, recreate in our area, and impact our medical services basically was our big concern. So I think we've learned that it was not a huge impact. It's hard to measure how much of the medical impact we did have over Easter weekend, how much we would have normally had or not, it's hard to say. So, but people have been good with the deputies. They've been pretty compliant for the most part. Again, in more of a kind of an educational setting when they're contacted. So I don't know that lifting the ordinance or letting it sunset or expire is going to have much of an impact. What you are probably going to see is some additional camping in some of these areas that are currently day use only, although there has been some camping in those areas, and we've had to talk to people about that. I don't know if that's going to be a big risk or not. I think we have bigger risks than that in the county as it relates to the virus. I mean, just to our east in Coconino County and Page area has been a real hotspot, and we have a lot of interaction with that area. So we have, potentially exposed people traveling back and forth from Page every single day. But I would say that, through the actions of our residents here in Kane County, responsible actions of our residents, actions that our grocery stores and other businesses have taken to kind of mitigate risks. People are more trained on washing their hands, and although probably they're getting a little more complacent as time goes on. But, by and large, I was talking to Alan about this yesterday. I feel like we've been really successful. We've had a few cases here in the county, but we've sort of been able to kind of identify how those came about, and they've held themselves to a high standard, and that we haven't had any community spread from those cases. And so it's pretty remarkable that that's the case. We have a weekly call for the COVID-19 task force, which you all join, I think. And even in Big Water, which I thought we would get hit fairly hard, given the proximity to Page and stuff. We've had a really good success there, so. With all those things in mind, I think with all that we've learned, I don't think you're gonna see a big impact by opening, or letting the minimal restrictions that you guys have in place, sunset. So that would be my recommendation.
Pardon me for the interruption, sorry. What was it like this last weekend as far as use on public lands? Because it was a non-holiday weekend, which we don't have any for a little while now coming. And the restrictions were just, day use only in those areas, so that's probably more telling than what we might expect. What was this last weekend like out on public lands?
So the last weekend was less of an impact with visitation than the previous 2 weekends.
Yeah. I think we had a lot of spring break people,
Yep.
The kids, even though they're studying at home, it was still spring break, and we had
Exactly.
Easter weekend, and so.
And you have conference weekend, which a lot of people tend to get out and about on, and then Easter weekend, so I think this last weekend was actually held down pretty well. You still have people out, like more people than usual are out just in dispersed camping areas. I mean, you go drive the Smoky Mountain Road where usually you don't see anybody, and there's people out there, no doubt about it. But, it's a Jeep with a couple in it, and I think it's a pretty healthy activity, actually.
Yeah.
And so I hate to restrict that kind of thing, where people are tending to be quite responsible. The other factor is the boating on Lake Powell. I understand there's an issue with the zebra mussel, quagga zebra mussel inspections, and if the DNR can have enough staff to make all those inspections work, with the restrictions they're under. But I'll say this, I've always been amazed since I've worked in this, sheriff's office for 20 years plus. I've been amazed that, how responsible the boating public is on Lake Powell. We have relatively few incidents out there for as many people visit. So again, I'm reluctant for the county to impose restrictions that even, on kind of a sidebar, limit the fishing. Right now it's kind of a big fishing season on Lake Powell. I don't know that that's responsible for us to do that, mostly because I don't know that it's really very effective. I don't know that it's helping anything. And so the quagga zebra mussel thing is a big issue. The state's paid out millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to try to keep those mussels out of other bodies of water in the state of Utah. And it's important. I mean, it's important that happen. And so, but I think it's also incumbent on them, the DNR, to find the staff required to make those inspections and keep that program going. I'm not sure where that stands. I haven't talked to them, and I haven't talked to the superintendent in a week or so. But I do think they're opening the boat ramps on some level right now to local traffic. So.
Would, BLM...
Alan?
Go ahead, Alan.
Well, just maybe to follow up on that last comment of the sheriff's. I did get a call, I think, yesterday from DNR. They will be doing a checkpoint this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on the Utah side of the state line. When boats coming back into Utah, I guess. I don't know if the Glen Canyon people were under some pressure from the Arizona side, Page side, and it sounds like they are opening the launch ramps. I'm not sure if they're just designating them for Arizona residents only. But knowing that they're open, they're sure they'll have Utah people in there boating, and so they are setting up those 3 days a checkpoint for people coming off the lake this weekend and back into Utah. So just on that point.
What about BLM? BLM put up some signs. Are they willing to take those signs back down?
Well, I'm sure they are. The BLM has basically tried, as much as they possibly can to work with the efforts that you guys have done in creating your ordinance. I think they'll do whatever that we think is the appropriate action.
Well, I think it's good. It'd be good to just let this sunset.
Yeah, it's your comment, Commissioner. I think we need to lift this stuff we've done locally and focus on what Brent's working on with the committee. I totally agree. Brent and I have talked about that as well. And and focus on the color coding system and where we stand with AOG and lift the local portion of it entirely.
This is Alan again.
Yeah.
I think, I agree. I don't know we need to keep the ordinance in place. I think the weak spot, especially with those areas that we've designated as day use only, but I guess this is going on right now anyway, even as day use, but probably the weak point is bathrooms. People who are out camping are typically going to stick to their own group, even if they're packed into a tight campground. So unless they're walking around sneezing on each other or coughing on each other, they're going to be in their family groups anyway. I think the bathrooms are probably the weak point, but I don't know what you do if you try to close those, and people are going to be out in the bushes, and you're going to have a litter problem or whatever that way. But I guess they're using them anyway. Even with the day use situation, they're using the bathrooms, so that's kind of a mute point anyway, I guess.
Okay. Well, do we need a motion, or do we need to just let this lie?
You can just let it sunset. I think that you might want to do something. There is some confusion. So the state parks have designated Kane County as closed to residents only, and
I thought they opened that up.
They're open, and their map this morning that I saw online somewhere is showing Kane County is open now.
okay, so they've fixed that now.
So the governor designated state parks open to public use, but they thought, to Rob's point, they thought that under a county ordinance, that we were still under a county-only closure. So it was just a little bit of miscommunication. Alan got it cleared up yesterday, so that they knew that our public land recreation restriction lifted just after the few days of the weekend. So, and then they fixed it apparently.
And then the Lake Powell thing, maybe that's cleared up. I guess I'm confused about whether they have opened the ramp or not.
There's a couple moving parts on the Lake Powell thing, like I mentioned. So I think the superintendent will definitely consider whatever happens with this ordinance. Although, after the more strict restrictions were lifted after Easter weekend, our ordinance currently doesn't suggest that people shouldn't be able to use Lake Powell.
Right.
So it's an agreement between the National Park Service and the governor's office that have prompted the closure of the launch ramps, and it's always been that case. The county commissioners, other than the ordinance would have applied to that, would have never closed the launch ramp, so it's not something that you all have taken action to do. So that was an agreement between the governor's office and the superintendent, and the reason for it was, the way I understand it, is they had some staff, I don't know, 1 or 2 staff members or something, that run their quagga zebra mussel inspection operation that got sick. And so they were quickly limited on what they could do for inspections, and I don't know if people had to be quarantined, I'm not sure the details of that, but they were limited on staff. And so they, stepped in and asked them to close the launch ramps until they could get staff in place. From what I understood, the governor's office was suggesting that only be in place for a few days or maybe a week, and that's kind of drug on a little bit. But I think the National Park Service would happily open the launch ramps as long as that state inspection system is in place, because the federal government is big partners on that program as well, because they don't want their lakes to infect other lakes either.
So I sent out this order to everybody over the weekend. In the order from the National Park Service that closed the
April 3rd order.
Yeah, it says that they're basically waiting on local health officials to say that it's safe to open it up. So I don't know if they're still relying on that provision. If they are, then we need to engage Dr. Blodgett to give them a letter that says they can open it up for that reason. If they are only waiting for the state to man the inspection stations, then that's a different thing. I guess I'm confused on where they're still,
My
where they're at.
understanding of it is that, and I talked to the superintendent about this, and then I suggested to him that this temporary Easter weekend closure may have the effect of impacting, use of public lands and waters, which would include Lake Powell. But aside from that, we have no intention of restricting, boating or use or any other use of public lands, and I told him that would likely be over with after Easter weekend. So, I think it remains an issue between them and the state, and, we may be in conflict if we encourage whoever, Dr. Blodgett or the superintendent, to open those launch ramps. We may be in conflict with the state, DNR, and or the governor's office. But I personally, other than the Quagga Zebra inspection issue, I personally don't see any, advantage or efficiency in stopping the spread of the virus to keep the launch ramps closed. I just don't see that as an effective tool, so.
So what I'm suggesting is that not like an ordinance or a resolution, but that the commission send some type of communication to the superintendent over there that says, yeah, you may have issues with the inspection station that you're working out with the state, but we don't have any issues in opening the launch ramps that are, dealing with public health. Like, that we think it's a safe activity at this time.
If we just let that let that ordinance expire and you just write a letter for Vermont's signature that says that we have no more reason to, we have no more intention of regulating or preventing use of that, you have these other issues.
The other way we could do it, and the way we've been doing it, is when something changes with the ordinance. I think Mel and Alan have been putting together, some sort of a, press release that's maybe not the full lengthy, details of the change, but a synopsis of the change. And then Alan's been pushing those out to the National Park Service and other places. So I think that's the key thing, is that we get, because what happens is when you restrict something, and then it starts opening back up, does everybody get the message, A, that it was restricted, and then B, that it was opened back up?
Yeah.
And what we've been finding is that, and I've had literally probably hundreds of phone calls from people that have just been trying to do the right thing, just trying to comply, but they just want to know, what's the current status of the ordinance? Where are we at today? What's going on today? And so getting the messaging out is what's important, and I think Alan could do that if this ordinance is just allowed to sunset, whatever, day after tomorrow or whatever. We could then send out a message to all the federal agencies and surrounding people to let them know this is where we're at on our ordinance. Do you agree with that, Alan?
Yes.
And you'd be willing to do that?
Yeah, it's been a while since we put out a press release, and somebody actually mentioned this morning that probably the time to get one out, even though there's not been any major, just an update saying there's been nothing major, just so people know that.
Yeah, just to let them know that has sunsetted and is no longer in effect.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine then, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, so do you want to specifically talk about the second part of the ordinance? That's the
Cedar Mountain Park.
Yeah. I mean, this was put in place 2 weeks ago.
We haven't.
And we haven't had an outbreak there.
We also haven't really had any specific enforcement. I mean, with that, we've had a fair amount of messaging with it, but not a lot of enforcement there either.
No
So
testing.
you could transition to more of a recommendation.
Recommend that,
than an ordinance. That's probably what I would do.
so we actually would, we would need to do something to that extent, that we would, even though this sunsets, we still recommend that the guidelines for people returning to Kane County or coming into Kane County still be followed on a
we can just include that in the press release.
Yeah, just include that, yeah. All righty. Sounds good? Okay. Number 10 on the item is Cedar Mountain Fire. Whereas we have, resumed the, task of the board for Cedar Mountain Fire, we need to, I don't know if anybody's seen the minutes from the last.
Yeah, they're in your packet.
They're in our packet?
So the first item under number 10. they're quite lengthy, there's not much of it.
Why don't we, we've been going for a minute, well, if we could take a 10-minute break and let us read these real quick and come back at 20 minutes to 1.
Let me interject something there too, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So we have an MBA scheduled at 1, and it's not a hearing, so there's nothing critical about that time. There'll be a couple of people who come, get on the phone, but, the only one is John Bronson has a limited time. I want him to be able to provide some input in there. He's only available until about 1:30.
Okay.
So we may have to interrupt.
If we can, we'll.
Interrupt, do the MBA, and then come back to it to finish the commission meeting.
Which won't help, won't hurt us at all, because I do want an executive session after this. So, let's see if we can't hardly go, till 20 minutes till, and, that'll be a break. We'll take a look at these minutes.
Were you actually in the meeting,
In what meeting?
in the Cedar Mountain?
I have not been there for, I don't know.
Kind of hard to approve minutes if you weren't there.
Yeah,
Can't really make changes to
Yeah.
them.
Well,
I
we just
almost
have
think
to-
all we do, we read them for information purposes, but all we're doing is just approving the minutes as presented because we have nothing else to
Yeah,
do.
that's presented.
well, can we just do that?
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's not go into recess for a minute. Let's just, we have, February 8th minutes. My gosh, this is all,
It's all Cedar Mountain, but I'll walk you through it. And Wade and I, so he'll help walk you through it too.
did you see anything that was, concerning or anything in here?
In the minute,
Yes.
the one thing that I thought was really intriguing is actually on page 2, which outlines the total savings that they have, which is tying into the figure we've got a budget for you. I'll pass that out to you. Here's the 2020, budget, and you're gonna want to, do you want one pop? All of the items that you've got, to approve for the check edit report, all tied to the exact line of the budget and tied to this budget, so that's helpful. But they have $2.2 million in there, which they should have a pretty decent, a pretty decent reserve. But if you look on page 1 of the budget, line 10, and go over on the capital improvements total, it's showing a carryover from prior years of $518,758. And I think that's a key number for you guys to be aware of, and it's substantiated, apparently substantiated with their treasurer's report, and I'm sure that this is going to be a figure that will play largely into what, Mr. Heaton is going to talk to you about. But other than that, they are what they are, and I see no problem with approving them.
Well, let's do the check edit report, their expenditures.
And then the next portion of it.
Well, let's have a vote on it. Let's move to, make a motion to accept, these as written. Andy is not on mute anymore.
Sorry, my mute game.
Yay. I don't see any of the signs, so we need to, Rob, what will we do at these that haven't been signed?
The last page, actually, minutes approved by and the date, and then
Yeah.
you, print your name at the back.
So when I sign these,
For, on the check edit reports?
yeah, and
The minutes,
minutes.
and they're ready to sign.
So the minutes, I think you would sign. I believe that under the current temporary structure that we have, it's probably the clerk and the treasurer that would sign the check edit reports
Okay.
until you change that temporary structure that we have in place.
All right.
So are we
So
talking
I'll get
February
with
8th?
Kevin and we'll take care of that then.
All right, then I'll sign those.
If everybody agrees with that.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Do all of you commissioners agree with that?
Yes.
I agree.
Abby?
Yeah, sounds right to me.
Okay, thank you.
But they are all actually in your packet,
All
so
right,
you can look at them
I
too.
will. That's gonna be a good book to read.
Yeah. And you'll
Okay.
notice on all but the payroll, Diane Adams, who is my special deputy clerk
Mm-hmm.
for this purpose, has reviewed every one of them and has signed that she sees that they're correct and would approve them on each one.
All right.
So,
Okay.
and tells us which line item and how it ties into the budget.
All right. So I guess we're down to decision of operation and personnel. Just maybe to do a little, back history, there's a lot going on Cedar Mountain. There was different little groups that had assignments out, on Cedar Mountain. And, maybe Wade knows about that, but, when we dissolved the board, that took the authority for anybody that were on those groups totally away. They should have no contact with anybody, if they were working on Cedar Mountain fire business, whether it be the fire buildings or the trucks or, other than the operations of the fire, service itself. All of their little, I see some, different little, names given to different projects, and they had people that was in charge of those. I just wanna let everybody that's listening from Cedar Mountain know that when we dissolved the boards, all that authority went away. We've had some people calling different people, calling on the CIB loan, calling on construction deals. We appreciate your knowledge, but that, you shouldn't be calling them, you should be calling us. So we have instructed, Carla to get a hold of the bank, Mark Anderson, get a hold of Sunrise Enterprise, and just let them know that if they get a call from a ex-board member, that they are to ignore that call, not take that call, just ask them to call us back here. We definitely want your input. We're looking for that input, but we have got to set a legal foundation to run Cedar Mountain Fire. I don't know if that really makes sense, but, we're really kind of just using some of the old people, to to give, I don't want to cut, I didn't mean old by age, I mean the people that's been on there that has some, knowledge of what is going on. We would like to maybe use that to get some of the knowledge of going on, but from here out, they all do not have any authority to speak for Cedar Mountain until and if they are appointed to the board. I don't know, can I make that any clearer?
Yeah, I think that was pretty clear. The order that dissolved the board also dissolved any subcommittees or anything organized under
Right.
the board.
Right.
And we have thanked all those individuals for their service, and the county's going to move forward. And you will reach out to previous board members when you need to for their previous knowledge and expertise.
Right. And I just to put some concerns to rest, I have asked Carla to take over the CIB loan for the firehouse. She has been in touch with Mark Anderson. She has been in touch with
I have called Sunrise Engineering, they have still to this point not returned a call.
all right.
But the bank accounts are all transferred accordingly. We had an issue, but resolved that with South Central, and now that's taken care of appropriately. And I think we're caught up with everything except Sunrise Engineering. Mark Anderson has been notified that he's to deal only with the county on this issue,
All right, I will,
and that I was the point on it.
and we'll have this is a discussion of operations on this time. I think, let me look right quick. I think we're gonna combine G with C, and that's discussion of operations and personnel, because C says just that, and G says district treasurer, district clerk, report and ratification of actions.
Do you want me to report what we can on that?
Yeah, maybe we could. First of all, I think the first discussion in operations and personnel is, what we decided as a commission was to check and see if we could find someone that would be interested and capable of being a district manager on Cedar Mountain over the fire department and over the staff. And that district manager would then report to the commission as the board for right now. We've asked Wade Heaton. He is a member, he is a resident in the district up there. He has been involved with Cedar Mountain in many ways. He has a lot of knowledge up there. I was on the board with him, with Western Kane County when we were working on the garbage on Cedar Mountain and the waste, and getting in fixing up our stations together up the garbage. And he was a very big asset on that, knowing what he does up there. So I was given permission by the commission to contact Wade, see if he would come on as a district manager. I think most of you on Cedar Mountain may have talked to him, or the ones that want to be involved have talked to him. We're gonna take a lot of, information from him, but, we have asked him to be the district manager. And, he's accepted, and that really helps us out. And I think it'll help Cedar Mountain out, because in 8 months, he will, be taking my position it's a speculation, but I think he will be taking my position on the county commission. He's running unopposed. So that will help him get to know you all up on Cedar Mountain. And we're here in the next 8 months to help him get this all set up and make it back to a good running relationship up there, running a good fire department, running a good board with snow removal and hopefully dust problems up there with coalition. So I would recommend to the other commissioners that we make it final and legal and appoint Wade Heaton as the director of the Cedar Mountain Fire District.
So we need a motion to do that probably, don't we?
Yes.
I would move that we appoint Wade Heaton as the director of Cedar Mountain Fire District. That's the proper terminology.
District manager, is that what you
District
call it?
District manager of Cedar Mountain Fire District.
We need to talk about finances. Did you bring anything to, you've been up there working for free, Wade.
So I'll be honest, I have spent almost all the time that I have had up to this point in the last 6 days trying to get up to speed, and I really don't have anything to present to you as far as the district manager side of it. If you'd let me have a little more time to work on that part of it, we had some of the CIB things and stuff that were a little time sensitive, and I've spent all my time working on that. Really don't have anything for you for compensation or however we want to do it. I'm perfectly fine continuing on for the time being doing this. We'll work out that when we get a minute. If you're okay with that.
We will get with Rhonda, and she's not here, but we need to sit down with Rhonda and see where it fits and come up with the pay.
Sure.
Do you have any sense of how much time you're gonna be spending on it over the next
A little bit.
several months?
I mean, my thought up to this point has been, this does not need to be a full-time position. It's probably gonna be a 15, 20, 25 hour a week kind of responsibility. And again, I'm guessing, I'm 6 days in, so, but that was kind of my feel for it.
So why don't you, I'm sure that some might be that we need to talk about in an executive session, but kind of give us an idea of what your feelings are about it and direction and which way you want to go. You might want to slide your chair up a little closer to the microphone. Of course, this is probably the good microphone.
Yeah, that's
here, probably. Give us a little bit of what you've learned up there and.
Okay. So I honestly probably have more than what we might have time or what you want to allot time for. We can talk about an awful lot. You know, I think how we got here, maybe directions to go in the future, maybe some course corrections. And then obviously we've got some things on our table right now that are time sensitive that we need to talk about as far as fire station, loans and all those kinds of things. So maybe give me a feel for how much of that you want to cover.
Well, I don't know how far Carla has gone with, yeah, you want to come up on this other side, maybe keep your
distance.
Keep my distance.
Yeah, keep your distance.
I just shouted.
I can give you some of my holy water.
We don't have that part down there.
So, at your request, I went ahead and talked with Mark Anderson, and he is on the line, and we.
Mark is on the line?
Yeah, Mark is supposed to be listening in somewhere. He can text me if he's still on. I just got the text from him a few minutes ago.
Oh, see.
9 minutes ago. He may not be on the, anyway, bottom line, we went ahead with the process to make the extension for the CIB application, and we have until today, after this meeting is over, to turn it in to the CIB for this upcoming funding period. We currently have already been given an amount, and this is a breakdown of what we have been granted by CIB and what we have and what the extension would give us. There you've got two of them. But part of the issue is Mr. Hightower has continued to participate. Nate from Sunrise Engineering went ahead and helped him with a portion of the expansion, but has not contacted me. And Jeanette Johnson has prepared the parameters resolution, which you'll look at later on. So the real issue is you do already.
There's Mark Anderson on now.
You already have the 1.220,700. That amount has already been issued and approved by CIB. You're looking at raising it to 1.769658. And that's a difference of $548,958. That's the difference. So when we discuss the future of the fire station, you really need that before you decide on this issue. And that we turn to Reed.
Yeah, so, and I appreciate that background because I think it lays out just the financial position that the district's in. And quite frankly, it's pretty good. They've saved for rainy days. They've set aside money into their capital improvement funds. And as you saw that earlier, the amount we're sitting at $518,000 right now, and I believe there's another $200,000 in this capital improvement 2020 budget. So there's already considerable monies in their accounts that they don't even need to borrow for, but they have been approved by CIB for these amounts already. And so I think that lays a pretty good framework of, what we're working from. But I think we need to take a step back and maybe just look at this a little bit from a fresh perspective. Maybe kind of give it a little 30,000-foot view and talk about what we're trying to accomplish. We're right in the middle of it right here with all these numbers, but I think there's some value in stepping back and saying, what are we trying to accomplish? Why? Does this current path get us where we want to go? Can we do it a better way? Is this the best way? I think there's some value in having that discussion. To me, that's probably the most important discussion we can have right now. So if you'd like me to kind of launch in, I'll, again.
This page right here shows you what the bids are, the
Okay,
current
yeah.
bids.
I spent the last 6 days trying to get as up to speed as I can. And I'll be honest, I'm not an expert and I don't have all the information in front of us, but I've got enough to where at least it paints a picture in my mind, of kind of where we're at and maybe where we want to go. Obviously, that decision's up to you guys. But, I think maybe we'll save some of this for another day, as far as, how to move forward in the future, structure, kind of how we got to where we are now so that we can learn from some of the mistakes we've made and not repeat them. But I don't know that we want to get bogged down with that necessarily right now, because we've got some of this stuff right in front of us that talks about, what decisions do we need to make today to satisfy this application. And in order to do that, we do need to have a little bit of that generalized discussion. One of the major purposes of the district is to help with fire insurance and ISO ratings. I mean, that's the purpose of any fire department. I mean, this district's been in place for 25-ish years, and I've lived within the district and been a part of the district. I actually used to work for the district as an employee for the last 20 years. And so I've got a little feel for where we came from, why we even came into existence. Obviously, insurance, ISO ratings, obviously fire protection, from actual fire. And then we've one of the problems we've had is the district's almost tried to expand into a authoritative government for that portion of the county. I'll be honest, that has been one of our problems for years. There's been, I'll admit it right now, there's been a bit of a grind between Cedar Mountain and the county for a long time. And those that don't appreciate and recognize the county's authority and jurisdiction for that area kind of wanted to turn the fire district into our own little county commission up there. I mean, there has been that movement by some. And the problem is it's wanted to expand our scope, the district scope and what they're trying to accomplish. And there's some inherent dangers in that and coming from that. There has been, kind of the sky's the limit, if the sky is the limit mentality to our finances, our fee assessments. When I started in the district 20 years ago, the fee assessment for fire was $35 a lot. We doubled it and added another $35 a lot for snow removal. And so we have gone from $70 assessment to $310 in 20 years, $315 in 20 years. I think there needs to be some accountability for that. I think past boards and granted these are volunteers and many of them got roped into it. There's been very few times when we've stepped back and said, what are we trying to accomplish here? And I think that's how our fees have more than quadrupled in 20 years, because our needs haven't more than quadrupled. I mean, our needs have increased, but not to that scale. And there's just been a mentality of more, bigger, better, bigger buildings, shinier equipment, and sometimes because there was a need, and sometimes just because the money was sitting there. And the money was sitting there because the board made decisions to increase fees and levy those fees, and so the money was sitting there. And so I think there needs to be a real discussion of what are we trying to accomplish and what's it going to take to get us there. We need infrastructure. We need buildings. We need equipment, and we need infrastructure in terms of water systems and everything else. And we have a lot of that in place. The boards in the past have done a good job. I hope I don't come off sounding like I've been negative, like we've headed down the wrong path for the last 20 years. We have 2 stations currently. We have considerable equipment as far as structure trucks, wildland trucks, rescue trucks. I mean, we have, currently, there's been a real shift in the last few years to go from a volunteer department to a paid department. So currently we have paid employees 24/7, 7 days. I mean, they're there all the time, and there's been some advantages to that. So we've got a lot of the pieces in place that we need, and so I'm not saying we're headed in a completely wrong direction, but the discussion in front of us today, why we're having, laying some of this groundwork, is do we need a third station? If we do, what's it need to look like? What's it need to cost? At what cost? So, hopefully we can kind of move some of this in the right direction, but from an ISO rating standpoint, we were, every 5 years, we get rated again. And we're in 2020, we're up to have that rating done again. That assessment and that inspection's been pushed back until November. It was supposed to happen earlier than that. It's been pushed back to November in hopes that we could have a third building, a station built that would help with that rating. One of the things they use right now, the criteria is we have to be within 5 road miles. A home has to be within 5 road miles of a station. And we have areas up there. We have subdivisions up there that aren't within those 5 road miles. And they currently, most of them have a rating of 5, which is kind of in the middle. Goes from 1 to 10. When I first moved there, we were at 9. And so there's been significant improvements with these things that have been done. But we're at a rating of 5 for most of the areas. Those that are outside of that 5-mile road, 5 road miles from a station are rated at 5X. And that's problematic because their insurance triples, quadruples. And the requirements that go into these ISO ratings change constantly as fire regulations and standards change. So we're likely going to get a new rating in 2020 when this inspection's done. And so obviously there's a lot of concern with that. We're in a different fire climate landscape than we used to be. Things like Paradise and those kinds of things that have happened in the last few years have not helped that, especially when you've got a community like Cedar Mountain that's similar to Paradise, California. And so there's a lot of concern, rightly so. We've got to be proactive, and there's a lot of information I've gathered is that under this new climate, new fire climate, a lot of ratings, a lot of insurance companies have just said, we're not interested in this anymore, and if we are, it's going to be at triple what the current premiums are. So it's going to be a huge, enormous financial burden to the people up there if everyone's insurance triples. So the ISO rating is important. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. And currently, Swains Creek, there are portions of it that are at 5, which wouldn't qualify under the current standards. Portions of it are at 5X. People hardly can't get insurance. If an insurance company will insure them, they can't afford the premium. That needs to be resolved. Everyone in the district is paying into this, and everyone needs to see some benefit from being a member and having that fee assessed to them, and some aren't getting that. So I do think we need to make some changes there for Swains Creek.
Can I ask a question on ISO ratings real quick, Wade?
I'm not an expert, but
I know, and I'm not either, but maybe you know the answer to this. Do you know how much insurance companies rely on the ISO rating in the grand scheme of whether or not they'll insure you?
So from what I've gathered, it's everything.
They rely on it.
ISO ratings take into account, like I said, number one is your infrastructure. Do you have water? How far apart are your fire hydrants? That kind of thing.
Yeah, we do, like they do inspections on our dispatch center as part of their ISO ratings. So we participate in those things. But I talked to somebody in the insurance industry one time, it's been several years ago, before a lot of these California fires and stuff like that, that said that they didn't rely on the ISO rating as the only factor when they determine whether or not they'll insure you. So I just wondered if you knew that.
And I think there's got to be some truth to that, and I think that's got to be a constantly evolving the answer to that question, because as things like Paradise come up, that it's going to change significantly. Right now, the way I understand it, 50% of the ISO rating is dependent upon the fire department. Personnel, response times, equipment, buildings, whatever they have. 40% comes from the infrastructure of water systems, storage, fire flows at hydrants, locations of hydrants, and then 10% is communication, dispatch. But insurance companies, they It's one of the few tools they have to use to give them specifics about an individual area, because they're not, the insurance companies for the most part aren't very familiar with areas and what their capabilities are. So the ISO thing is kind of key. I mean, like I started with, that was probably the initial reason why the district was started. And I think remains the number one reason why the district needs to stay in, just needs to continue. So, how does this third station affect us? I'm going to give you a variety of information and opinions that have been given to me. But one of the main motivating factors for station number 3, which is the station in Swains Creek, is because they were not within those 5 road miles of a current station. Currently, there's a station just east of Duck Creek, and there's a station down on Highway 89 on the far eastern, the extreme eastern side of the district. Neither one of those stations are within the 5 miles of those homes in Swains, so there was obvious a need for a station in Swains. According to the ISO inspectors, all they need to consider it a station is 1 bay and 1 structure truss. Doesn't have to be manned. That meets their requirements of having a station within 5 road miles of each home. Obviously, the plans that we have on the table right now and the bids we've received for this current station number 3 are considerably bigger than that. There's estimates that we could build a structure that meets the requirements for ISO for $300,000, $400,000. It could be a steel structure with 1 bay and 1 piece of equipment in it. So we're considerably past that. Maybe there's good reasons for it, maybe there's not. I think that's some of the stuff we need to consider as well. Chief Reefer, who is the new fire chief that took over in November, also has another solution. Sticking with our ISO reasoning, he says there is a designation that ISO can make that is, they will designate an area rural, and then the 5 road mile rule no longer applies. That they can use new criteria, and the new criteria is that a 6-man crew has to show up within X number of minutes of the first alarm. So basically what ISO is considering is, all right, look, we recognize you have a station and a piece of equipment right here, or we will also accept a 6-man crew coming from a different location that maybe is outside of 5 miles, but they have to be within that location of 11, 14 minutes. I'm not exactly sure which one it was. Chief Reefer's pretty confident with that their current paid personnel that they can meet that requirement, which would really negate the requirement for station number 3 from an ISO standpoint. Currently, they're a 4-man crew, so that would need to be expanded to a 6-man crew to meet the requirement of, that earlier requirement. A lot of moving parts on this stuff, and again, I'm not completely up to speed, and I'm not even going to pretend to be an expert. I've tried to learn as much as I can. Which direction do you want to go from here? What additional information do you want?
What about, go ahead. I was going to ask a question. So we're sitting there with the CAB application. They're expecting some paperwork they're expecting the results of today's meeting to be into them by the end of the day today for
Yes.
this $2.whatever it is $1 million facility.
For the additional $548,958, that's what they're looking for.
Oh, it's just the additional amount.
It's just a supplemental amount. We currently already have the award letter for the initial 1.2.
So the amount is 1.2 million, is it?
That's what we currently have.
Plus the 500 extent.
Which would extend it. So the extension is really all that's at question today,
And
is
that,
the extension.
and that is all grant.
No, it is 75% loan, 25% grant.
Oh,
It's
okay.
at the same level that the original is. So it's 75-25,
What's the interest rate on the loan?
2.5%. the seat for a minute.
Where did you find that?
Where did you find that out?
That copy? I've never seen the copy of the plans. Is that in the very
I
back?
don't have it in here.
Is this not it?
Yeah, that's it.
It's in your,
It's in the packet. That packet that's in there is actually the original packet that has been approved for the 1.2.
So what's the additional 500,000 for?
It is to expand it because, let me see that. This is, when the bids were opened by Sunrise Engineering, they have, 6 different bids, and those bids ranged from 1.59 million, 1.906 million, 1.499 million, 1.338 million, 1.347 million, and 1.352 million. So the low bid was $1,352,212.80, which is below what they originally got. Plus, they wanted to have built in a contingency added to that. So that's why the 1.7 million. You can always ask for more than you need, but if you need more than you've asked for, you have to go back. So that's why this supplemental was added in. And that's why you had me go ahead and get the paperwork together, was to keep that option on the table.
What I've been wondering is, because this is a decision today, is if we don't go ahead and do that, but with the idea that in reality, you need to look at this and see what we really need for a station. We probably have way more than what we need for a station here.
Well, let's look at a completely different station.
Yeah.
House instead of a part of the fire district.
Yeah, just a little input from some of the former board members and both chiefs as well, if you'd like it. There's a lot of them that, this building has taken on a life of its own. And it's a wonderful building. I mean, look at it. It's something to behold. But I've had some board members come to me and say, you know, I've spent a considerable amount of time traveling around looking at other fire stations in rural areas, and they have never been able to find anything or even hear of anything like this. This is a wonderful building, and I'm sure somewhere it would really be needed. The question is that somewhere in the middle of Cedar Mountain Fire District?
Well, the other thing that's gonna happen is if you build this building, then they're gonna need 4 people, 4 full-time staff to run it, to be in there.
Yeah.
In addition,
and the current chief is telling me that, right now they've got people manning station number 1, but that there would be an advantage to having people man station number 2. From a response time standpoint, it doesn't make any difference if you have a great building like this with wonderful equipment in it, if there's no one there immediately to grab it and come.
Yeah.
From a response standpoint, it you know, it's just not helping you. But if you have stations with equipment in it and people that are there immediately, you know, that are manning the station, well, then that changes the game considerably. So I agree, to really get the benefit out of this building, I mean, you're gonna have to buy new equipment to fill the thing, and then you're gonna have people there full time. And the current chief, Chief Reefer, is telling me that, he really doesn't see the need for it. He actually tried to relay this to the board, on multiple occasions at board meetings, and it was almost like there was too much water under the bridge. We're too far gone on station 1 or on station 3 to turn around, and so he just, you know, there was never any changes made. And again, this building kind of took on a life of its own from a what is the minimum needed standpoint. This is 5 times bigger than what it needs to be from an ISO rating standpoint.
Absolutely.
Is there some benefit to having a building in Swains Creek in this location? Probably. The property has been donated. It's been rezoned. You know, there are multiple steps that have been taken. Obviously, plans have been made at great expense. We've submitted it to bid.
what if we do this, just to, I'm not trying to be rude here, but we're backing up on things here. What if we don't take any action today, you don't submit for the supplemental CIB, then it forces a change on this thing right from the get-go. Because now there's barely enough money to build it, and even then, there's no contingency, so then you have to go back to the drawing board and reassess what this thing is gonna look like with the money that you have available. Maybe that's the best solution here, is to let this supplemental die, force it to relook at this thing, and still, you got the money there to build something, but then be sure that we can build something that falls well within the money that you have available to build it, and makes more sense for, I mean, this is a beautiful facility.
No question.
There is one caveat. This is the building approved by CIB,
Yeah.
so the new building will have to go back and be approved by CIB to replace it.
You're right, however, they will have already set the money aside for the building, and I'm guessing not gonna argue real strong if you come back and say we've downsized it a bit and we need less money.
Two other things maybe to consider real quick. One of the reasons why they ended up at this building is because they thought they're projecting 25 years down the road, thinking, what might our needs be? And if we can have that building at 2020 prices, as opposed to, paying 2045 prices, they're thinking, hey, we're gonna get ahead of this. But my thought was, while that's pretty proactive, can we afford to be that proactive? Can we not redesign a building that could easily be added on to if we had needs in 20 years at considerably reduced cost? To me, this comes down to are the taxpayers, is this needed? Can we really justify to our taxpayers, we have to have this building at that price right now? I'm struggling to see it from one of those taxpayer standpoints. My personal opinion, I'm struggling to see that we justify to the lot owners up there that we have to have this building.
Well, this looks like it's big, not bigger than the one they have.
It is.
It's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear down into Swains Creek, way down in there.
Which really limits its ability to respond quickly.
Other than Swains Creek.
There's a 1.7 mile bumpy gravel road that everything leaving this station that's not responding to Swains Creek is going to have to traverse and that really cuts down on response times.
This is Alan. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Don't know if that's appropriate or not. Just wondering what is Cedar Mountain's current volunteer, base? I can see your point of having a smaller station in Swains Creek especially if they have some volunteers that might be able to respond to that truck, respond ahead of the full-time crew coming in. They might be able to do some work, or they can get that number up to your 6 people that you need in 11 to 15 minutes. So there is some benefit there if they have somebody to, even volunteers to man those vehicles in a smaller station.
You want me to answer that, Commissioner?
Unless we can make a decision next couple minutes, we gotta get to it and really quickly solve.
Do you want me to try to answer that real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
So, it's been a completely volunteer department in the past, and they've done okay. I think one of the reasons why they chose the current location for Station 3 was because there were so many volunteers in Swains Creek, and they felt like they could easily man that and utilize the equipment that was there. There's been big changes as the chiefs have changed. We've kind of migrated from a volunteer-only department to a paid department, and the volunteer program is a little bit in limbo right now. I think it could be resurrected to some degree and could utilize, equipment in that station. So I think there's some potential there, but currently the volunteers aren't being used much because we've got paid people on call all the time.
All right. What I want to do right now is
Put this meeting on hold?
Well,
After the NBA?
just put the meeting on hold for a minute because we're past a time for an MBA, and then I'd like to come back to this. I know that's tough for people on Cedar Mountain, but we'll recess this one, and we have a call that has to be done with John Bronson from Zions Bank on our MBA. Then we'll come back to this if you wait just a second. All right? We'll put this in recess there.
we have do you have, not packets, but the MBA agenda? The MBA agenda. Okay.
Hey, guys, this is Andy.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a 2:00 with Church Well. Should I have Cresta move that, reschedule that? Church Well's water, we've got some issues.
If you could push
working on.
that back a little bit,
Yeah,
because we really need your input on this MBA stuff.
Well, we need it also in,
And the
in
other, yeah.
executive session.
Okay, I think, sorry, is Cresta listening? I'll text her. She's been texting me and have her reschedule.
Let us know, and we'll get started with the MBA.
Okay.
We have to take about a 2-minute break here, just because we've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. Some of us old guys. So a couple minutes, then we'll start the MBA.
Okay.
Drawings for it, I think we can simplify it some. Utah State Landscape Grid ended up not doing anything for that. I'm not quite sure why. But, that was good.
started to look at, the east side area and planning a sustainable gateway community, more or less, we began to contemplate with the park at about the time they started their visitor use management plan. And Jeff Bradybaugh was a new superintendent at the time, and Lyman Hafen invited me to go meet with him and talk about the Kane County side of Zion Park, as he called it, and what could and should be contemplated on the east side. And so our first meetings with Jeff Bradybaugh as a new superintendent, we basically laid out what the land opportunities were and the land uses could be on the east side of Zion National Park. And it was at that time that I also started to work with and get to know Commissioner Clayson through Matt Brown and Camille, saying that he was the guy that was in charge of travel and that type of related activity with the commission. And so I first met with Dirk and started to show him the land assemblage and the Zion Mountain project as a whole. And through a bunch of meetings and design as well as concept formulation with the park, with the county, with various architects and engineers and designers, we have over the course of the last almost 3 years now, how long has it been? Precipitated a concept for this East Side Visitor Center. Parallel tracking with that was the Visitor Use Management Plan of Zion National Park. And so as they started to put out their public comment, it all included in the land use framework and was strategically included, I think, for the benefit of the eastern side of Zion National Park. All of the public scoping documents, including comment and options that a visitor center was going to be pursued on the east side of Zion National Park. In precipitating the location of the visitor center, we looked at everything from immediately adjacent to the park all the way out to the North Fork Junction. We ultimately landed on the North Fork Junction because we thought it was central to the community that was going to be eventually there. We felt that it extended the experience and the buffer for the park entrance and decelerated the impact of development right up to the park and created some opportunities for a Grand Lodge, which ultimately packaged together is the funding source and growth that would support the county's program to build the visitor center or to assist in building the visitor center. So that's really, really brief. We purchased this land for the visitor center prior to the 2008 crash. I can't remember if it was 7 or 8, but just prior to that crash, I actually, through a couple of transactions, acquired the property from Bart Penrod as well as Steve Neeleman in a trade for water rights and wells and some cash for Penrod's interest. And so the property itself has a pretty significant basis in it, and we just feel that that we're happy to have the opportunity to see something happen there. Besides what would have occurred would have probably been a Chevron, I think, is what they were contemplating at the time with Penrod. And so we kind of feel that it is a rare opportunity. If you talk with some of our partners, and many of you have, they see the east side as a exceptional opportunity to set a new benchmark for gateway communities in the National Park Service system, as well as in travel and tourism as a whole. And so I think King County kind of has the opportunity to seize the day with a design that would be noteworthy, would be something that would get recognition and currently has national support and attention. And if you mix in with that the shuttle that is now also being contemplated and the momentum that's behind that on a broader level, I would just like to emphasize that this goes beyond the interests of just a project or enterprise on our side, or even a county, effort. I think this has got some, national reach. I think it's very forward-leaning and future market positioning for Kane County. I think it very much draws and attracts the type of traveler and visitor that we are seeking, and I think it creates an economic base and a start that sets a bar that is far different and far more beneficial in sustainable wages and everything else than you see naturally evolve in most gateway areas without a plan and without that type of high-level pre-planning and design. So it is a heck of an investment on all of our parts, but I also think it's extremely fortuitous at the same breath for all of us, including Kane County.
Let me do this. What I'd like to do, or what I intended to do, is to spend a fair amount of time kind of building the base for where we're at, where we got to this point. However, the one thing that I do think that we need to, the numbers that we need to have in mind when we get into the latter part of the discussion has to do with funding options and what interest rates are out there. And John Bronson is prepared to do that, but he has to bail in just a few minutes here. So, John, if you're on, even though it's kind of out of sync and we haven't really talked about numbers or anything yet, and those are probably a bit fluid right at this point in time, the numbers are, can you talk to us about where we're at on market versus CIB and just give us a little bit of an input there before you have to bail, then we'll get on back and Mark can follow up with you, fill that role going forward the rest of the meeting.
Sure. The plan that we were just talking with the Community Impact Board about was a combination of their funding and market funding, because the CIB has rules they have to live within. The federal mineral lease money comes with rules that prohibit their loans from being used for private activity or benefiting private parties or for generating economic development. And so if you use their money, you have to avoid that. And as you know, we were trying to divide the project out and do what was clean for the CIB with them and what wasn't clean for the CIB with the market. The combination of the CIB funding that we were suggesting and the market resulted in a need of about $779,000 a year in debt service. And what we had to show the CIB was that we had the ability to generate that within the county without using tax increment to support the project, and that's where we got hung up a little bit. So the options now are to find the money in the budget to still be able to show that. That would require some changes from the commission that the commission would be willing to make if necessary to support the project. There are two other options. You could take the project totally to the market instead of a combination of the CIB and the market, because the market will accept private activity and economic development as a purpose. You may have to do some of it taxable for the private activity, but you could, again, divide that out and do part of it tax exempt and part of it taxable. The rates on that are quite fluid right now. Mark Anderson actually could probably speak more intelligently to those rates that we could get into the market. I've got what we call the Municipal Market Data Index up in front of me right now, and if you were doing a non-rated transaction on a 20-year basis into the market, tax exempt, you'd be looking at an overall weighted average true interest cost of probably just north of 3%, between 3 and 3.2%. That's again a sales tax revenue bond. Another option that you could use is a general obligation bond. That would require a vote of the electorate within the county to support the project. General obligation bonds are less expensive in terms of interest rate and in legal costs in putting together. They're actually the cheapest way to go, but they do require that the majority of the voters in the county approve that. A general obligation bond would take probably a good 50 basis points to 70 basis points off of that interest rate I gave you. You'd be looking between $2.25 and $2.50 for a general obligation bond. That's my estimation right now. Right now, because of the COVID-19 influence and dislocation that has been created in the municipal bond market, general obligation bonds are about the only thing that are being sold into the market using regular market sources. We can try to market the bonds through a direct purchase to an individual buyer that's normally into the bond market, and we can get other types of deals done that way, but going into the broad market, there's not a whole lot happening right now except general obligation bonds. We do believe that's going to return to a more normal state in the next few weeks, but that's where we are right now. Commissioner, I think you were asking me what the differential is between the scenarios that we're looking at, and I gave you a figure of about $2.3 million in total debt service, principal and interest. I've refined that a little bit. It's more like $1,850,000 differential.
And that's the differential between what and what?
You asked me to show the differential between the package of CIB and market and just market.
Yeah. And so that's about $1.8 million more if we do just market.
That's correct. That's because the CIB was, we were asking for a 1% rate on the loan at CIB.
Okay. So, well, what we can do, and Mark certainly will be able to help us as we go forward with discussions on this, but I know you have to bail in about a minute or so here. Maybe that is sufficient. Any remarks before you bail, and then you can get on to your other stuff?
I don't have anything else.
Hey, John, Dirk Clayson, can I ask you a couple questions? Have you heard anything about the $500 million shovel-ready incentive project money that's come to the state of Utah?
Yeah, the state has made application and received half of the money from the CARES package already. They expect the other half soon. They haven't determined whether or not they're going to apply for the Federal Reserve Municipal Liquidity Facility money yet. They're qualified up to $2.6 billion. Of course, they won't borrow that much. They'll just be borrowing something on a short-term basis. And local entities, if the state does that, local entities could borrow from the state at those same terms, and we don't know what the terms are. We assume that they're below market, that the Federal Reserve hasn't put out what the interest rate is yet.
Okay, that's helpful. And then maybe you could talk a little bit about the construction loan processes in the market versus CIB, and maybe the strength of getting a market loan if we had a portion of it CIB.
Yeah, actually, for municipal bonds sold into the market, the construction process is a lot easier than the CIB's process. The market usually just gives the county all of the money it needs up front and relies on the county to dole that money out as it should be doled out for construction. There's no oversight, really. The county says, we're ready for the next piece, and they just draw the next piece from the trustee.
Okay. And getting market financing if we have CIB for a portion versus not?
I think what we had planned before is still doable if the CIB could, if we could show that we have the money in the budget without relying on tax increment. That's the hurdle at this point.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, if we have a portion, say half, a third, 3/4, whatever it is, CIB approved, does that improve the odds of us getting a market loan on the balance?
Yes, it does, because those two deals would be cross-collateralized, and the benefit of the financing from the CIB actually would be benefiting the buyer of the private market bonds as well.
Okay.
I got to run, guys. I'm sorry about that.
We'll get back. Thank you very much, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, is John coming back in?
And I'd like to have Carla back in here too. Rhonda,
Out of these,
can you check and see if John, and for these discussions, we ought to have them. So, Andy, you're still there so we've sort of been part of the process with Overland providing, sort of overview and review of the process as they were developing the plans for this. One of the, issues that we're gonna get to here fairly soon is they basically designed something. My philosophy or strategy on this is let's get the money in place, before we go out and hire somebody to do a thorough review on behalf of the county and look at things that we might do a little bit differently with the project. But I wanted to honor the overall vision and concept that started with the developer, with the landowners there, with Kevin and his group, that it be consistent with what they're doing with the lodge, that it be a facility that would sort of honor the state's Red Emerald initiative to try to attract a higher and more beneficial visitor to the area. We wouldn't be trying to compete with the crowds that come in on the west side, but rather to try to offer a better experience all the way around there by getting visitors who come, stay longer, spend more money, that sort of thing. And so this is not a, and I use the phrase, and this is not a good example, I won't use it, it's a bad example, but at any rate, this isn't a shack, that's being contemplated there, the visitor center. It's pretty high end. The dollars have kind of grown a bit, and we need to work on that a bit, but the latest version that we had prior to going to CIB, with some estimates for engineering and pre-construction design and all those kinds of things, put it up a bit over $15 million. But again, a lot of that money or some portion of that money was kind of fluid as far as, just estimates based upon a standard percentage of engineering and architecture and those things, and we haven't really delved down into that one, what the actual costs are going to be. And I have visited with both Kevin from his perspective of, they were responsible for the design, and with Watts Engineering or Watts Construction, who has done our budget, and there's probably a couple of $1 million in there that we could take out without it substantially harming the project. Some things that would be nice, but probably not be that noticeable to the visitor or make that much of a difference. So I think the number is still a little bit fluid on what number we're actually talking about with the project, but we haven't, I don't think, and this is sort of a decision going forward for the commission that I really want us to kind of delve into. I don't know that it's really our, unless we really want to push on it, I don't want to see us redesign this facility, because it's been designed to be compatible with what's there, consistent with what's there, and the overall vision for the development of the east entrance to the park. So, Kevin, you had a comment?
One other thing that we got to keep in mind is that we carried through to into schematic design. And if you talk to any of these, including Brian, schematic design gives you a certain amount or level of information to do your costing from. And we're going through this on the lodge as well. And as we've had Westland Construction, completely different contractor, go out and price the lodge, we're running into a similar protective, conservative, somewhat inflationary numbers being attached at schematic phase, because we haven't gone into DDs or CDs yet.
Yeah.
And so they can only get their pencils so sharp and offer up a number that's safe for them. And so what you're having is all the trades are building in their contingency, which then the contractor builds in their contingency for lack of information.
Right.
And so I think there's the leaning out of actual costs has to be done in the process of tightening up the design and the renderings and the actual numbers. Because I know that Brian, for instance, has had to buffer things.
Yeah.
So there's some of that that's gonna be there.
I know they build in some protection for themselves. I mean, and if you were in their position, you would do the same thing. What I envisioned, and this is part of the discussion, is maybe we need to reconsider this. What I envisioned is let's get the thing budgeted, get a number we can go with, assuming that it's gonna be high, because these people aren't gonna undercut themselves. And I know, for example, at one point in there, he had earthwork at 1.3 million, and I asked the question why, and that was so we didn't run into another problem like we did with the Kanab Center, where they, misjudged what the ground was gonna require, where we're gonna have to over excavate and all those kinds of things. So they built the money in there to do that. But rather than another phase that you would do on this, and as we would go out and hire our own architect and engineer then to take this beyond the schematic phase to an actual build design that we then go to somebody to develop and get us a true number, a much more true number. But I didn't want to spend the money doing that if we're not gonna have a project. I mean, I'm just being cheap and saying we got numbers we can work with and go to CIB with and try to get approval for something, and then use that money once it's approved to come in and to fine tune this thing and delve down into the nitty gritty so that we're not spending money on things we don't need to spend. But one of the things we could do is just pull back, hire the engineer and the architect and spend a couple of $100,000 and get it to that point, and then see what we have. But I'm not sure strategically if we, which makes more sense.
We've got the cart before the horse. I mean, we obviously don't have budget for it. It's gonna have to be cuts in other services that would fund it. I mean, we're looking at tens of millions of dollars in reductions already. So we obviously can't privately bond it. Without cutting potentially essential services. So I mean, it's got to either be TIF or a GO, and so we need to find out what the palette is for a GO bond with the public, right? If they're going to want to give up other services to fund a private project.
Well,
I know Superintendent Brady Baugh's really excited about it and getting it built, and that Kevin's worked real close with the Park Service, and as long as they're funding, I mean, we want to support them, but we can't use taxpayer money for that.
Let me interject here. Commissioner, you're trying to get to start at the beginning, and that's the problem. We need to go back to the beginning and get the original RDA, the CRA, the East Side and CRA set up correctly. At this point in time, it doesn't carry water. It's not even recordable. And as a result, there is no TIF. And until that's done, so a TIF is accessible, because if the county promises sales tax or whatever, they're going to want that contract with the CRA that says we are going to be using that TIF money to cover that expense. You can't do that if you don't, in fact, have a TIF. And so we need to start from the beginning, get our ducks in a row, get our paperwork done correctly, and then there's one other option. A general obligation bond does not have to cover an entire county. It can cover a specifically defined area of where this project will in fact benefit. So it could cover the 2 special districts, it could cover 1 special district. There's other alternatives that you haven't looked at, but bottom line, it's got to come back to that TIF being a valid TIF. And until it's affordable and it's accessible and accepted by the State Tax Commission and the new nomenclature set up, there's no TIF. So we need to start over and make sure we get things done right to begin with.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how much it would take, and Carly, you could address that, but as I understand it, the difference between it being a recordable TIF and the current state is it was originally established, the boundaries were originally established, and then we added, for whatever reason, some more properties got added into it above what was originally recorded. And so unless I'm mistaken, what we need to do to the RDA is go back with the original boundaries and submit it and get it approved by the state. I think maybe I'm oversimplifying, but I think that that's the
And that may be
problem.
all it needs to happen, but it does need to happen.
Right.
And it has to happen before you do any bonding.
Yeah.
That has to be in place. And then if you want to add to Steve Neeleman properties, then you amend it to add that property. And then you have everything done in the proper format. When you go out, you can make those kinds of contracts, and you can guarantee that the TIF money's in place to help cover it. And you can look at a GO bond for a smaller area and not have it cover the
Well,
entire county.
So let me, two things here. One is,
But let's get our paperwork done right.
yeah, so what would it take to get the paperwork done right, Carla?
I don't know.
So let's go,
What does it do?
hurt?
Derek's been quite involved
Yeah,
with that.
I can answer that.
And
Go for
I just checked with Virginia.
Lou and I and Lewis and Birmingham have gone through a very meticulous process to get the map back to what we originally passed. And, we have a map, an accurate property description. A lot of work has gone into making sure that that's correct, matches up with the original resolution that was put in place. And so, for the most part, I think the original resolution is fine. And Lou now has a GIS map that matches that original resolution. We need a good physical map made from that, which I'm working on with Alpha Engineering. And the legal description that was originally submitted for that may in fact also be correct. We're just needing to verify that. So I think mainly what we did was pull back on the tangents that got put in place. And, in some ways you could go back and just say, well, there's no problem. It's the original resolution stands. It is what it is, and there's no issue. However, the map is not very descriptive, not very helpful, not very detailed enough that it works well for a map for Virginia. And so we want to
Got to pass
fix that.
muster with the state tax commission
Sure.
as well.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, I think the long and short of it, as after circling around through all of these tangents, we just need a better map, and we need to double verify that the legal description
All right,
is
so,
correct.
And get it recorded.
yeah, that seems, then it's doable anyway, and it's something that's underway, and we ought to be able to get behind us here before too
And I
long.
think,
Before you do any loans, you
Well-
need to have that in place before you
Yes.
contract on a loan.
Assuming that we are using TIF for the loans, if we're gonna go with general obligation bond, it doesn't make any difference, but there's no intent to go with general obligation bond, so it does make a difference.
yeah, one small
Makes a
thing
difference.
is, I don't know really, I'm kind of working on this, I'm happy to work on it, I've put all of my
Yeah.
time into it to where I think I have everything really settled. But the next step is to work with an engineering firm, which Alpha's been doing a lot of the surveys up in that area. So I think they would be best, but I would probably need some approval for some funding.
Get with me on that then. We approved in the
To do that.
last meeting, we approved that we would need to spend some money now on some engineering and some consulting, and so we're good to go. If you get with me, I'll approve it. You can get that going with Alpha Engineering to get that
That
survey.
sounds great. So I have that already. I can get with you
Yeah.
later this week.
So, getting back to the, Kevin?
One thing I wanted just to address, Commissioner Gantz, concern there is, in my mind, and this is just my approach, is that this was always a TIP project.
Yeah.
When our Kane County relationship kind of started to fire up years ago, as we started to work with the story I just told you, one of the things that I know Steve and I have worked with, and it was with Camille, and Commissioner Clayson at the time, was the fact that we, as a project or as an area, we contribute a decent amount to Kane County's budgets, 25% of the time. And
Roughly about 1.1 million in transit room tax collections.
And so, and over the years, and this is not a complaint, but there's just not a lot of attention or county focus. It's very Kanab-centric. And so it was kind of an effort of what can we do to facilitate our growth with the county and maybe, be recognized as a contributor. And so when we came with this project and we started the visitor center, my first approach wasn't even public finance. That got brought up by the people I was trying to work with, specifically Zion's Bank at the time, met with Commissioner Clayson. And that's when we started to work with Jason Birmingham. And so that all formulated in what we kind of feel and what I kind of am passionate about is that this project's self-contained. And so our proposal to the county was always, we won't touch any of your existing budgets. I don't want a general obligation from the Kane County side. That's why I don't even like the CIB approach, because I don't want them to have to justify this visitor center on their budgets and cut services, and that creates more angst between East Zion and Kanab proper. And so what I think this should be approached as is a TIF project that we generate the money with our own growth, with the lodge specifically. And Kane County is better 20% in the formula, and it really isn't a cost to services of the community and to the residents. Otherwise, I think we're still the bad guy. And so I think that what we want to do, and somebody slap me if I'm misspeaking, is that we want to have this independence or self-reliance on our own growth for the project. And if we got the muddy water from basically CIB having all their rules, making us justify all these other things, which makes, Livingston upset because he doesn't see the budget for it, right? And it's like, how do you pull that money out of King County budgets? Especially now you got the COVID thing. And so it's like, this project triggers with the lodge. That's always been the case, because that creates the tax increment. Is that out of line to say, or is that our approach?
No, I like it, Kevin. If we keep that TIF concept in mind, which is where it began, right? If I understand it right, then it's pretty palatable across the entire spectrum of taxpayer.
Yeah, I think when it was presented to me, when I had inherited some responsibility, there was never, ever any discussion of general obligation bonds or going after tax monies. It was always TIF was going to pay for it. And herein lies the mistake with CIB is we made the mistake of saying that we're not going to build this thing unless the lodge is built to pay for it. And that's, for some reason, they're all upset about that, that we can't do that. But everybody knows that we're paying for this. If it happens, it will happen because we pay for it entirely out of TIF, or we don't do it, period.
That generates the only budget there is, in my mind.
Yeah, so there is no, I personally, I don't support a general obligation bond in any way, shape, or form. If we have to do that, then we got to rethink this thing substantially, but there's no reason why the project won't carry itself.
And the reason that is important is because the project has its own design paradigms. We're going for a higher end development with the lodge, certainly.
Yeah.
There's a void in the market of a higher quality stay, more reflective of the culture of original national parks visits. It was a not unaffordable. I'm not talking on McGarry, not knocking on McGarry either. We're talking about upper market, upper mid market product that would establish in King County, that would springboard an economic pathway. And this doesn't even wrap in the fact that it creates the trails, which is the single biggest coup for King County with the Zion market. And it kind of sets that shuttle in place. Without a visitor center, it's a whatever legged stool. You got the visitor center, you got the shuttle, you got the trails. Yeah. And the lodge is the economic piece that is the catalyst for all of it. All of that activity in King County is an economic godsend for the Zion Park market. And we've got support of a superintendent, we've got national support from Park Service people, all the way up to Department of Interior. And so to piss away our time squabbling over machinations of these rules that send it down all these side roads, quite frankly, has threatened the project, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about. We kind of lost our guiding light, I think.
Yeah, the issue of having to be able to demonstrate to the CIB that we could pay for out of our general revenue, we could pay roughly $1,000 in bond without TIF, without any future development, has created the big problem we have now. Everything was moving along nicely, but yeah, it's a lot of heartburn. The difference in cost, if we don't go CIB, and Mark Anderson is still on the line and can talk with us a little bit about this, about the difficulty with the conventional markets. I mean, right now, you know, what John left us with is that right now all he's seeing in the markets are general obligation bonds, and which I think isn't what we intended. We intend to pay for it with TIF, so there's no reason to be even thinking general obligation bonds. So,
Yeah,
but
but that probably returns to normal in 2 weeks. I mean, we are discussing this in a bit of a vacuum.
Mark, do you have any insight on that? Where the markets are as far as commercial bonding?
Yeah, we just sold a couple bonds that we've been assisting on in the last few weeks. But they've both been school district bonds and, 20-year term. One of the things that John mentioned was a 20-year rate of a little over 3% for this kind of bond. What we've been looking at is a 25-year bond, so we'd be looking at a higher rate than even 3%, and probably closer to 3.5% in a traditional market setting. The market has seen some real volatility, but we're seeing more bids coming in and more stability.
So it seems to me, we as a county, if we go forward with this project, one of the decisions we have to make probably up front here is we continue to go down that CIB route, and with all the hoops that they require, one of which is showing that we can figure out how to pay for this thing without TIF, or do we just go commercial? But it's going to involve commercial a little bit anyway. It's not possible to build this project without some commercial bonding. Or do we just forget CIB entirely and start focusing on what the commercial market would be like and how to package this thing up for that? Regardless, we need to start looking more carefully at the costs, and I think especially so if we're going to be looking at the commercial market. We don't want to be committing on a commercial market to more money than we need, whereas with CIB I was less concerned to that, maybe wrongly so, but less concerned because I figured, well, we can throw a number in there. If they approve it, we can always use less. Once we've tightened up the engineering and design, like this fire station here, we can always come back and say, well, we've tightened it up and we're not going to spend all of it. So if we go with the commercial, we probably do need to spend a bit more money up front on developing a better drawings and a better estimate process than we currently have, because because of the weaknesses of what we have, because all it is off schematics.
I totally agree, Brent, on the commercial, but I still think I'm back to the earlier comment of the cart before the horse, in that how does TIF line up with this? I mean, we don't have enough data yet. We're spending a lot of time, and Kevin's comment, in the minutia, when we really don't have the bedrock in place, or the cornerstones even set out in what TIF's going to do and what we have for money without new.
Well, and maybe I can comment a little bit about that. I think we've actually got a lot of that laid out, but we just haven't reviewed it for maybe even almost a year. Remember, in the first thing that we put together with our CRA, we have a $25 million budget, and that was financially demonstrated how it could be generated exclusively on the earnings from the lodge. And we also had an additional $10 million that we could collect if it was available, for a total of $35 million in a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 project. And so I think we've always known we can't do this without the lodge, number one. And in that $25 million budget, we were trying to find a way to bring, the lion's share of that money forward, so we would have it to construct a building now. And that's when we came up with kind of this concept of out of the 25 million, we'd try to get 15 million-ish of it in, today's money. We projected a 4% interest, in the analysis that was done, for the, TIF and the CRA. And we still had, several $1 million buffer, which we wanted to try to use on some of the other things for the East Zion initiative. But I think we always have had a pretty padded budget if we knew that the lodge was being built. And the projected rates and so forth associated with that. So we probably need to take that and dust it off again and really feel like we, challenge it, or it's got some additional questions that we need to answer, so that we all have some good confidence on it. But I think a lot of that is there. It's just kind of not been reviewed very much lately.
I'll add a little bit to Dirk's comment real quick, for Commissioner Gant. The other thing that we anticipated at the time, and it's very practical of an anticipation, is that there will be kind of this growth within the CRA boundary that will happen due to the visitor center. One of the impacts that I know Steve and I have both contemplated is that when a visitor center hits the east side, I think it will have an effect. We currently see a negative effect in trying to get people to reserve on our side of the park, for instance, if they can't get permits, or if they have to go all the way to the other side for the shuttle, and all these things. We kind of are still a little bit redheaded stepchild in the market on that side. And so one of the things that you will see, and it's almost it's as guaranteed as it gets, is that with the establishment of the National Park Visitor Center of any kind, and especially a noteworthy one with trails, you're going to see beyond the lodge additional growth at Ponderosa, Clear Creek, Mount Carmel Junction. I mean, it's going to have a reach that is going to increase that budget, I think, handsomely. And so over a 20-year period especially. So I think that it's super, super safe budgeting on the TIF. That's my comment.
Carla had a comment. Let me just throw something in, and that is, we started a process. We asked Zions Bank to come back and reevaluate that.
Hold music.
Who's on hold?
Elevator music.
Somebody mute. Anyway, so we asked Zions Bank as our financial advisor, to reevaluate that. They did. They came up with a substantially lower number. We need everybody to mute their phones. Dave, can you go through and mute everybody's phone but Mark Anderson and Andy Gantz right at the moment?
There we go.
There we go. Okay, life is good. So we asked Zions Bank to look at that generation, the models that projected income from the TIF. And they came up with some substantially lower numbers based upon the room rate. And so I want to come back and address that both with Kevin and with Mark. But in the interim, Carla, you've been trying to make a comment. Do you want to do that first, or does that come before or after this discussion on the?
After this discussion,
Okay.
it can be just one-on-one with you and I.
Okay, all right, so what we need to do is discuss that, because there was an impression, and Mark, you're not muted and you're on the line, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. It's gonna be fairly important probably that we get to a number that we can be happy with. So you got your exercise on evaluating that number. Kevin had some additional things to go in with why he supports the number that came out originally, but let's talk about those. Where are you at, or do we need to have this redone, Zions Bank's evaluation of those numbers redone on what the potential revenue is?
Well, let me maybe just address kind of the places that I may have been more conservative on estimates, and that was on room rates. I was given a second study that suggested a lower room rate, higher occupancy, and there was reference to a third study, and so I tried to be a little bit more conservative and land in between what was originally projected and a second estimate that was even lower than what I came up with. I actually increased occupancy a little bit more, coming up with the higher rate. The other area I differed significantly was in one of the studies that talked about, what the room rate could be demanded based on the initial investment, and the number that we were given initially in the study suggested a $31 million investment. And in talking to Brent, who's been talking to Dirk and Kevin, that investment is much higher than that. And so we've actually increased the property tax element of that to reflect something I think that's closer to $50 million in initial investment of taxable value, because it's going to take a higher investment than $30 million based on the study I reviewed to justify the higher room rate. So the things that we looked at a $12 million loan at 2.5% and a $14 million loan at 1%. Both of those struggled the first few years as the TIF's getting established. But once it's established, it should be able to handle the debt service on those, on the debt service payments. And it doesn't take into consideration any other development that might occur within the CRA area that would generate additional money. So that's kind of the approach we took at it. We were hoping to maybe have just an interest-only payment for the first few years while the TIF was being established, and then to give us the coverage ratios we needed over the life of the loan. That's my comment.
But the one question that I would have is, as far as your generating number, because I really think that we need, Zions Bank is our financial advisor. We need to rely heavily on what Zions Bank says that has the capability of carrying, because anybody can come up with a number, but you're the anointed one. So what I think that we need to ask you to do is to get with Kevin and be sure that the numbers that you're using in your formula is reflective of what is the latest version of what's going to be spent on that project as taxable income, and any basis that he has for determining what the room rates are going to be, because that's the other big point of question is what do you charge for that, for a room rate, and that generates your TRT.
And let me speak to that just for everybody's benefit, because I've learned a lot in going down this road as well. The studies that we've done, HVS is kind of a very common gold standard third-party feasibility analysis for hospitality. They're the biggest, and so we commissioned an HVS study to start this whole process with the lodge. And this is not just for the benefit of a budget for a CRA. This is primarily for feasibility study of the actual project, the lodge. And HVS did a study early on that was reflective of a little bit smaller scale, as Mark's talking about. And so we have that HVS study in hand. We also, when you build a a lodge of this size, you have to interview and discuss with very professional operators. And we went through a RFP process. We selected 3 of the best candidates for operators, and every one of those operators had to give us a budget. And that's their expenses and their income projections for the market and for the lodge based on the architectural renderings and drawings, meeting space, room counts, quality of build out. And these guys dug into it really deep, deeper than HVS. And I would suggest deeper than Jason or Mark could ever go. And they provided budgets to us of what they would sign their name on a contract basis for budget performance for the lodge. And those operators all come back in the same kind of almost variance, high 300s, low 400s, establishing a stabilization after 5 years and going forward. And they all have their differences as well, depending on their approach to marketing and quality and services. So what I'm saying to Mark and to everybody is that this isn't something that is unprofessionally guesswork. This is being extrapolated from, the numbers can be extrapolated and a budget can be produced that can be relied upon with reasonable expectation and can be a matter of contract for us. So I think, again, and as Mark said, it doesn't count any other organic growth in the area. So I think $12.5, $14 million budgets are all reasonable and doable, but I think Mark can really get some good data from the work that we've done with our operators. And we have selected our operator, finally, by the way.
So I only have the HVS study and just some references to some of the others. I don't have the complete study. And I'll be the first to admit that I'm not an expert in calculating hotel values. I just tried to come up with something that seemed to be a conservative look at the different approaches that I had available to me.
Mark? Kevin, where are you at on funding your lodge? What phase of that process are you in?
Well, I'll tell you about a month ago, and I'll tell you now. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Before that, we had selected our operator. Operators are key to creating the capital stack and the financing. Your construction lender wants to see who your operator is. And so we had literally selected the operator the week before they decided to shut down the country. And the intention then at that point was they have a lot of reach, this particular group, and they have capital sources. And so we were going to start putting together the capital stack now that we have our construction estimate on Westland Construction kind of finalized. And that budget is actually currently $62 million, but we think we can get it down to in the neighborhood of 58. And so that process started about the time everything went into chaos. Our operator has had to shut down 70% of their hotels this last few weeks. And so there's been a lot of chaos, but what they're hearing in the capital markets, and we have a call this Thursday with a pretty significant group, is that there may be some advantages in financing right now because this lodge ultimately doesn't open for 2.5, 3 years anyway. And this virus will be long history. And so they're encouraged. They think it's still feasible. They think the national park markets are going to bounce back quicker. I think we have a resiliency that we can rely on as a market here, as an economy base for King County that is demonstrable in the past with the 2008 crash and the 9/11 that we've lived through. And so not a lot's been done in the last 3 weeks, honestly, Commissioner Gant. But the momentum was there before, and we think the momentum will be there very soon after, and we are going to move forward, and we are going to get it done. It's just a major hiccup in the process. We were teed up pretty good, and now we're kind of just regrouping. But everybody we've talked to a couple of really big mortgage brokers, JLL, Robert Douglas, two big ones, and they're seeing activity in the capital markets for this type of product. You know, travel as a whole, I'd hate to be in Orlando, Vegas, and LA, but national parks is a good place to be, and that's where they think people are going to want to stick some capital and enjoy some interest and incentive in the market that, quite frankly, might even lower our building costs significantly, or a good little bit. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, I could totally agree with the parks being one of the first to bounce back. But I just can't stomach right now the concept that we would add $1 million to our budget annually, or less or more, depending on where we end up, without knowing that TIF, you know, is what's going to be taking care of that. I mean, in this environment, we can't, like Brent said, GeoBond, you know, we'd have to get the taxpayers to weigh in. And Kevin, you kind of agreed to this too, that, you know, you're going to be you're going to be branded if we take money out of general budget stuff.
Yeah.
Because we missed the mark on TIF. Yeah. And I don't know if we can get comfortable with TIF being, you know, if Mark can handle that, you know, give us that sign off on that totally, and he can work with Carla and John to make that, you know, apparent, and Dirk too, I suppose. I would rely on them a lot to help me get comfortable with that. But other than that, and I know why Brent says this, if this goes to the voter, it's doomed. But I wouldn't be comfortable with something that didn't go to the voter if we cannot buy off 100% that TIF is the fund of the project. Yeah. Not saying that I would oppose it. I say whatever our constituents agree to, I'm good with that. You know, I'm not opposed. We just got to fund it, and that's what we need to address up front. I mean, we're burning a lot of your time and money, Kevin, and Dirk's as well. Like you said, you know, getting in the minutia until we get a better understanding of how we're funding.
What I think, Andy, and that makes an awful lot of sense. What I'd like to do is we get through with this call today, I'll spend time with Mark, and even if it involves a third party, you know, somebody that Mark could come in with that he trusts, you know, that Zion Banks wants to use as an evaluation to help us get comfortable with that. I think that in my mind makes sense to spend a little bit more money on that than it does spending quite a bit of money on drilling down on engineering drawings when we don't know yet whether we have a project. But we do need to know whether we can pay for it or not before we really commit to spending much. So
I don't think it'll cost money. I think Mark could work with the operator.
Whatever it takes. I guess what I'm saying is what I recommend that we as a commission or as a board, as the MBA, one action we take today is to ensure that we have numbers that we can meet again in the near future that we say, you know, we are 100% comfortable with whatever they are. If they support it, great. If they don't support it, then that changes everything.
They'll be conservative.
So does that make sense? You know, Andy and Lamont, do we go forward and establish that? We've already established that we have to get the RDA in place, signed off, approved by the state, because we don't have a project, we don't have TIF if we don't have the RDA. And so we got to do that one. We've got to get a number that we're all comfortable with here. And then I guess the next steps from that is if we can get a number we're comfortable with. One other decision that I think that I'd like to see us get as close as we could to is, do we want to totally ignore, do we want to just walk away from CIB because of the complications, or do we still want to continue to pursue options that include CIB and market fund, not including general obligation bonds, but just, general, or just both taxable and non-taxable, commercial bonds?
Yeah, the CIB's already given us a feel for their taste, and if we're going to be able to do it, I'd rather not shove it down their throats and then have them pick us apart. If we decide we can fund, and we're going market money anyway, the difference cost-wise isn't going to be that significant. If they weren't going to be doing grants or some kind of other assistance, I don't know that we need to focus on them. Does that make
So-
sense, or am I off base?
No, I think, Lamont hasn't chimed in, but basically, it makes it, in my mind, Andy, it makes it a lot easier for us and makes sense if we just say, okay, let's focus on developing a project that is commercially sellable in the bond market. We will spend maybe $1.8 million more over the course of the loan, but over 20 years, if it's all paid for by TIF anyway, I don't know that that makes a lot of difference versus, getting the project done. The excruciating effort that we would have to go through to get CIB happy that we can afford this project, to pay for this project entirely out of county revenue is gonna be painful. And I don't think any of us looks forward to wanting to go down that road. Because they totally ignore TIF. They totally ignore TIF, even though that is the source of funding if we do it, so.
And I'd like to say, this is just a kind of development in the last 60, 90 days where they basically said, we don't want to show TIF as the repayment.
Yeah.
And I think internally to the county, that you're still not gonna do this regardless without seeing the lodge and the TIF money projections coming out. But unfortunately, it puts you in the position of telling the CIB that you can pay for it without the TIF, which is really, it's maybe a remote possibility that you could show, but it's kind of crosses the line of good faith in making a statement that you're not really going to do it that way.
So are we talking about pulling right out of CIB?
Well, what we could do is here's a suggestion. One, we're gonna find out we're gonna get comfortable with TIF, how much TIF can generate.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes to get comfortable with that. I suggest that we don't tell CIB that we absolutely don't ever wanna talk to them again on this project, but we don't have a date on the calendar with them. We've just withdrawn for the time being, leave it that way. And if something changes down the road that it makes sense to go back to CIB, we could do that, but assume that we're building a case for marketing this thing in the commercial bond market.
John saw some advantage to having some piece that CIB is comfortable with.
Yeah.
So maybe you just justify that piece, I don't know.
Well, the
But
CIB requires us to show that we can pay the whole thing, not just that little piece.
That's just a.
Right now, that's what they're requiring.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
That's just a
Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, that's a really good question, Brent.
I was under the impression, Mark, do you have the answer to that question? We got sandwiches here. Sorry, Andy, you don't get any. Come on.
Thanks for bringing that
Yeah,
up.
we have to be able to show.
But
CIB.
we'll email it to you. But,
Yeah, help with that question, Mark.
can you answer that question? Is CIB requiring us to show that we can carry the funding for their portion or for the entire thing? I was under the impression that we had to pay for the entire thing, show that we could pay for the entire
Yeah.
thing out of our
That's what we
funding.
were at.
Yeah.
They're gonna wanna know that there's adequate funding to complete the project, whether it's financing, through them or other parties. They'll wanna see, typically they wanna see the bids and know that there's adequate funds to complete the project. I think you only have to show that you have the ability to repay their portion of it. But they wanna know that you have financing to do the whole project.
So if that's the case, then we only have to be able to show that we have the capability of paying their portion, and if it made a significant difference to finding commercial, or to selling bonds on the commercial market, if some portion of this was CIB, maybe we go back to CIB for some portion, but pare that way down, so that it's just, show that it's something that we can easily nibble on. Yeah, something like 4 million or something that we can easily service the debt on. Say, see, we got it covered, and we're gonna go out to the market for the remainder of it, and so everybody's happy campers. So they're all you.
Well, the other advantage of CIB is they'll allow you to do principal deferral for up to 4 years too. So, yeah, the more that you can get from CIB, the better off you are, I think.
So, Mark?
This is John, go for it.
Hello, Mark. So,
Yes, John.
we've had a lot of history this morning, and it was cool to kind of take a look back and see where we were and where we're going. With these 3 studies that, we've got the first study for the $450 ADR, went down with Jolly's for the school district at about $370. And then we got the one from Susie Becker with Zion's Public Finance, about $191.88 a night. What numbers are we basing this $25 million debt service on as far as the average room rate for the hotel? Do you have those numbers?
I don't have it right in front of me. I want to say it was like 375-ish.
So that's basically double what Susie Becker from Zion's Public Finance said. She said we may be able to charge $191. That was her numbers.
John, I think the biggest difference there is when we did the analysis, we were looking at per room cost is a lot different than what the actual budget's going to be, and so that gives me more comfort knowing that the budget's not going to be $30 million.
Yeah, she was saying $155,000 a room, and you're thinking this is going to be closer to $400,000 a room?
I don't remember the exact per room cost, but that's almost double.
Yeah, so Kevin's budget.
Have him talk louder, I'll bet Kevin's in here.
Commissioners, you have a lot of noise on that table. I think it's your lunch.
It's people eating lunch. I mean, what am I gonna say?
To move the papers away from the microphones?
It's been a long meeting.
We'll be quiet. We'll be more quiet.
It's the chip bags. We'll quit wrinkling the chip
We'll quit
bags.
wrinkling chip bags. So Kevin basically said that it's a bit over $500,000 a room, Mark. What does that do to your calculation? That changes your calculation from what Susie Becker said. That was about $155,000. So that's why I'm saying we need a TIF number that is based upon the closest numbers that we can get to, which if it's $500,000 a room, that's substantially different than $155,000 a room on what you're gonna charge for these rooms.
Yeah.
Once, Mark, and you and I need to talk, but we need to, you are gonna be responsible for coming up with a number that the commission can go to bed with and say, man, I am happy. Whatever that number is.
I'd like to get access to the other studies that have been prepared, and if there's something that is from the operator that Kevin's looking to select, that would even be better.
They're under contract, so you can talk to them freely.
Kevin said they're under contract, so he could provide those numbers to you now.
Okay. If you can provide me what their projections are, that would be helpful.
All right, so going forward, let's assume we have worked our way through the RDA, making that legal and proper. We've established what the TIF number is, and for sake of argument, let's assume that it supports a number that would support this project, because if it doesn't, obviously, we got a whole different set of issues to discuss. Where do we go from here once those two are done?
Let me talk with John in the interim and talk about a combination of CIB and market funds as to what that might look like depending on how the numbers come out. And see if he has any other ideas. Obviously, TIF's going to be skinny the first few years.
Yeah.
We probably have to have some repayment source, or I guess an escalating amortization schedule. We'll still have interest costs paid.
Okay. So you will come back to us with a recommendation, or with your best advice or counsel on how we might balance this as far as between CIB and market and anything related to that, payback schedules, those kinds of things. You'll give us some recommendations there on where we go.
I'll tell it your desire is to show that TIF is going to be the source of repayment.
Yeah.
Primarily, so rather than look to the MBA to do that. I can do that.
All right. And then I suggest maybe the next step is, and this is again for the board here, but certainly staff and everybody else that wants to input. I don't know where we are, as how close we are to those drawings, the schematics that Watts made those estimates on, how close those numbers are, whether those are gonna be close enough that we could go out to the market with.
He said plus or minus 10%, I think.
So the question is do we need to spend more money and time on evaluating those things, or do we go with the numbers that we have there? I got some numbers back from Brian, indicating, and we have to fine tune a little bit on the engineering costs and those kinds of things, but we're probably talking up to as much as maybe $2 million less than what they have there, and still them having the same level of comfort that they have plenty of built into it to cover themselves. What if we address this we have a MBA meeting at the next, following the next commission meeting with, where we will review the TIF numbers, get comfortable with the TIF numbers, any additional information that's come along. I will spend some more time with Brian Watts or not Watts, Brian Steed, Brian, what the heck, Kane, with,
Yeah, we'll remember
I can't even talk, Brian Kane, yes. Well, it's spelled wrong, that's what's got me here. It's spelled with a C. Anyway, I'll have some more conversations with him on tightening up numbers, how much fudge factor they have in it, those kinds of things. And maybe even, Mark, if you can get us some numbers before then, I might, what I'd like to be able to do is sit down with Carla and John and put together something that says, okay, if we're carrying $4 or $5 million with the CIB, how much do we have to show that we can carry, and where does that money come from? What's a number that we're comfortable with carrying in the county budget, or demonstrating to CIB that we can carry in the county budget, even though we don't intend on using any of that. But we could probably have all of that done before the next commission meeting, next MBA meeting, if we do that in 2 weeks. Does that sound good to everybody?
Well, I'd like to have Kevin's numbers in there, if we're talking
Yeah.
two rooms for $1 million, that's completely different than Susie Becker's.
Well, that's what
7 rooms.
so Mark, that was John's comment is that when, you need to get Kevin's numbers when you, however you go about evaluating the TIF, the amount of TIF revenue, so that you're working off Kevin's numbers on the, like $500,000 a room, that sort of thing, and so that, everybody's on the same page when we're talking about these numbers. So, but we can work on that. How long do you think that'll take you, Mark, to get that?
Oh, if Kevin gets me the information tomorrow, I'd like to think I can get you something back in 7 days.
Okay.
We can list of what your numbers are.
For us to resubmit to Becker, his consultants for science, then we could have John Bronson get involved, have his expertise get involved. That's been the most conservative one so far. We can get Susie on board.
Yeah, well, Mark is gonna coordinate all of that.
Mhm.
Mark will coordinate all of that.
That's in-house design, right?
That's
Yeah.
in-house design,
That's
yes.
in-house.
Does that mean you'd get with Susie Becker again then, Mark? Could we run another?
We may have her weigh in on it with the new.
That's what I'd really like to see, is a new study, because it really is very shiny when you're building 7 or 8 rooms per million, and now we're building 2. It's completely different. It's a game changer. It'd be nice to see what she said to the new numbers for the commissioners, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and Brent knows that was one of the biggest concerns that I had, is that I couldn't justify room rates based on the investment, based on the HVS studies suggested it was a $45 million plus project to justify those kind of room rates.
Yeah, that was 30,000 square foot ago.
Yeah, things have changed.
But I understand that.
All right, so, anything else? Andy, you're not sitting here, looking at everybody chowing down. Are you comfortable with the direction we're going with this?
Yeah, as long as we get back to those TIF numbers and get it out of the general budget concept, let's listen, see what we come up with.
But really, the property tax and the room rate and occupancy rate are what drives all the other taxes.
Yeah, so.
Sales and restaurant tax.
Would the commission at the next MBA meeting like to actually see the product, or we could post a fly-through kind of video?
Yeah,
so they can see the quality.
And can I say something
Please,
for
Carol.
Mark?
Can you hear Mark?
Yeah, I can hear.
I need to send you the corrected figures because the problem between the way that TIF was, the problem between the mapping and the legal description, actually, we have an error in the figures for the TRT for base figures, so I'll need to update those figures to you.
Yeah.
I'm just using the 4.25% that the county generates on the room, on the TRT, I'm sorry.
4%.
Yeah, send me the information, we'll talk some more about it.
A different.
He's not talking about boundary, he's just talking about the revenue that comes from each room.
Okay.
But we do need to get that boundary done.
We need that correct.
Okay. All right, I don't know that there's, I think we have a game plan from here. The MBA is committed to going forward to the next steps, see where it takes us from there. We appreciate the people that participated. Mark, really appreciate your help, and John's, Kevin and Dirk, staff. We will schedule another MBA meeting and take the next step from there, wherever that happens to lead us. And with that, I think we could.
I have one update.
Go ahead.
That I think last Friday, we had our State Office of Tourism board. There's probably been a lot of questions about, what projections are. The state of Utah projects, as of last Friday, that the year 2022, so not this year, not next year, but the next year, will be back to a normal revenue stream. And in particular, southern Utah will lead out in that. And the reason why is they feel like the strongest markets that will come back are the drive-to markets. And because southern Utah is not as much as a fly-in, stay at this one lodge like maybe a Park City would be, or some of the ski resorts or other destinations. It's always been, I flew into Vegas, or I got a car and I drove all around, or I drove our family from Colorado here or whatever. Because it's a vehicle market, travel industry, much stronger than anywhere else in the state, that it will recover the fastest. And so I think we'll see some pretty good returns. And the state of Utah has 3 phases of marketing. One right now that they're doing, it's kind of their endearment phase, where they're doing their messaging primarily outside of Utah, advertising, all the great things, but, how we're being responsible and doing all the things for the COVID-19 and preparing so that we can have a good service. A transition phase, which as soon as they have some dates that they can put into it, here's all the things coming up, and then their re-implementation phase. So they basically have already designed all the marketing, everything ready to go. They're just waiting for these trigger dates for the second of the 2 phases. So I was really impressed. I thought the state had really rolled up their sleeves a lot and done a lot, so.
It's a $10 billion economy moving forward, so they should.
Yeah. I think, though, that's kind of supported with the concept, too, that I think, people are saying that national parks will be the first to return, and I think they're right. I think that, they'll be, the demand to go to the parks is gonna pick up really quickly.
Well, it'll happen because everybody thinks that.
Yeah.
Even the consumers think.
All right, do we have anything else? That was the only agenda item for the MBA. Do we have a motion to conclude the meeting?
I move. I've got a 3 o'clock.
Okay.
We may have about 2 hours.
All right, all in favor?
Slideshow. I can
We're done.
email you the link
Okay,
to.
we're done. Now we got back in commission.
Okay.
All right, Wade, we need you back up here.
Dirk?
You thought a one item agenda would be short, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew it would.
Thanks, all. Good to visit with you.
It's good to see you.
Yeah.
makes me mad, but that's all right.
What makes you mad?
Him walking out.
Makes you jealous.
Okay, we got, are we back on the record then?
is, I'm not yet.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Can I interject a little bit?
You bet.
So, I think we need to make sure we're clear on what we're asking Wade to do as, under this appointment as a district manager. I think we all kind of understand, but if we could really,
Get him a job description.
yeah, maybe a job description, but maybe have kind of like a bullet point discussion about that right now.
Okay.
I have my idea what I think it is, and I think we're on the same page.
Why don't you, give your idea and maybe I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, so I think that there's some short-term, things, and then there's long-term things as well. So the short-term is that Wade would take over, as basically like the chief executive officer of the district. So that would mean like supervising staff. That would mean approving budget expenditures. That would mean ensuring that operations move forward. Now, that part of it, the chief reefer, his duty is over, fire operations, right? So I'm not suggesting you take over his duties, but ensuring that he continues to do what he's been doing in managing operations, right? So that's short term. In the short term is also looking at the different projects. So there's a project in each of the 3 stations. We've had a big discussion about Station 3 and that project today, but taking over those projects. And then the long term is transitioning the district to a model where it has a district manager and gearing up to hiring a permanent district manager as you then transition to being a county commissioner. And ensuring that all of the, I would be assisting you in helping to create like a new charter or whatever, policies and procedures, whatever's necessary to restructure the district to have your position for the long term. And then work on getting it to a point where we can have a board in place again. That's kind of my understanding of what this entails, which that's a lot. That's quite a bit. Part of that would also include a transition to away from the county clerk as the district clerk, away from the county treasurer as the district treasurer. That doesn't have to be in the short term. That could take some time, but working with them on setting up that plan as well. That's kind of what I see as would be an all-encompassing underneath this appointment as the district manager. Are we all on the same page about that?
Yeah, I think I am.
Yeah, I have a question for you, is time-wise. I mean, are you going to have that done this calendar year, do you think, or?
Well, my
Somewhat
thoughts,
maybe, but-
my thoughts are exactly like Rob's. That's what needs to be done, and that's kinda, I think, the vision that I've got in my head. But, I was pretty open with Commissioner Smith as well. I've got several other irons in the fire, and I don't have the time right now to commit to a full-time job. But I do think the vast majority of that could be done, at less than a full-time job, and I think I probably do have the ability to do most of it. Granted, it's a pretty long wish list and checklist, but I think it could probably be done, the vast majority of it.
I think there's people that could help you. I think there's people that, also think they have a lot more input into it that need to just walk away and say, and just tell them thank you.
Sure.
And, I really think we really at this time need to be working on the CIB work and this project, maybe cut in half, whatever. I can see, I instead of seeing this right here, I would rather see more work done on the mountain up at their station to make it bigger and more effective because of where it's placed. Then this one should be a little substation down in Swains Creek to give them the ISO rating and to be a quick response to their area. I mean, we could look at Strawberry, would have the exact same thing. We don't want one of these in every subdivision. So this would have to be completely, I think, redesigned.
Well, and that was kind of my thoughts too. There's some immediate decisions we've got to make right now, but I think the thing I think would be most valuable for me is for me to spend another 2 weeks collecting information, trying to get as knowledgeable as I can on ISO ratings, maybe even talking to them, so that we know what direction makes sense to move forward. And I do think a lot of the former board members are wealth of information on this, but a lot of them I talk to say, well, I'm not exactly sure on that point. And that's the information we need before we can really make the decision, where do we go next? Do we build Station 3? Do we upgrade Station 1, Station 2? Where do we go next? Do we focus on coming back as a volunteer department? Do we move forward with our paid department? To me, those are the decisions that need to be made next, aside from some of these immediate needs. But those are the decisions we've got to decide, and then we can start moving forward with a plan, because I don't really think we're in a position to really move forward until we get a lot of that decided.
I think you're exactly right.
And what's the timeline? I've heard a timeline on this,
The
parameters
extension,
resolution that's on
yeah,
today.
it needs to be, we have until May 7th if we go ahead and agree to send in the application today for the extension. Then we have till May the 7th to adopt the parameters resolution.
So that would
before their
give
meeting.
Wade an additional 2 weeks to gather more information.
But we would need to fill out the extension, the form, and sign the extension form, which is, let's see. We would need to, the parameters resolution does not need to be done today, but this one does.
While she's looking for that, Wade, philosophically, I'm not sure how you justify in today's market building the building for 20 years down the road for the expansion that you expect. That's wonderful, but nobody can afford to do that. We need to build and then add on if you, 20 years from now, you need to.
My personal, fiscal responsibility, policy is very similar. It's, how do we justify this to the people that are paying for it? And those that I have talked with, and granted, it's been a select group, but those that I have talked to are really struggling with the idea of spending that much money. $1.4 million building, how do we justify that? Now, that doesn't take away from the need for a building or an ISO rating or any of that other stuff. That's paramount. But how do we justify moving forward with that? And some of the other board members, have even mentioned to me, they've been saving this money. This the 518 we've got, the 200,000 that we've got for 2020. There's money in place to build a building. Do we need to move forward with a supplement to the CIP? We've already been approved for it. That's the question is, does the building need to be $1.5 million building, or can it be something less? If it's something less, do we need the supplement? I guess that's the question that needs to be answered today.
I think you can wait to make that decision. If we just get the extension like Carla's talking about.
If we sign this, then we have to have the parameters resolution and increase it. If we go ahead and turn this in, the one thing I think is if we do go ahead and turn this in, then all of our related expenses with it are increased by this much. So our bond attorney is more, our financial advisor is more, Sunrise Engineering is going to be more. So,
Because it's all based on the percentage of the total.
yeah, do you see?
Commissioners,
Yeah,
this is Mark Anderson, if I could interject.
you bet.
Who is?
I don't anticipate, I understand that my role is to help finance the building. It's not on whether or not you should build it and what it should, the scope should be. I guess we're just leaving you options available if you want to try and keep this project moving forward. Our fee would not change. I don't think the bond councils may. They may want a little bit more money, but I think that we still left enough money in there. If you look in the application, we've actually reduced the budget for legal and financial advisor, because we think that there's more money than was necessary there.
Commissioner, one thing maybe to interject too, and certainly you guys as decision makers, this is all on you, but if you're fairly settled as to what direction you want to go, maybe we don't need till the 7th to make this decision. If you're not settled, then obviously it would make more sense to kick this decision down the road.
The only reason I bring that up is because I'm sure there's lots of people on the phone that would love to give public comment, which you're not accepting today. You could like put an announcement out there that you're opening up an email address. Like that would probably be the easiest way to accept public comment so that people on the mountain can have their say and ensure that you know how they feel about it. You could, because the format that we have, it's just so difficult to have public comment in any way that's going to have an efficient meeting.
We do have a county email.
They currently send stuff and Dave, county email gets it and then he distributes it to the right person, so.
Well, and I think too, this we need to consider. We've already got 750 CIB that we've been approved for, with the additional funds we already have in place. So we've got considerable funds in place already. Perhaps we could poll the public and ask for that public comment as to what kind of, how much money do you want to see spent on improvements to stations, building new stations? What do you think we can justify? And we could still all accomplish that with the original CIB application. I'm not saying we don't ask for this supplement, but if we don't ask for this supplement, that it doesn't really make our decision for us. We've still got lots of options in front of us.
That's sure. Well, I think that's a good idea. I think as far as the people here on the phone today, I'm sure there's a lot that would like to give public comment. And I think the only way we can do that, I know I don't want it on my phone, on my email, but if you would, if you'd like to go onto the county's email.
Maybe Dave can tell what email address would be best.
Dave?
Commissioners, if anybody wants to comment, you can just go to the website and click on the contact, either under the commission page or just from the main page, and then just select commission, and it will make it to all 3 commissioners.
All right, that'd be great.
So, Mark,
We just want to include.
can you help me out for a minute, Mark Anderson?
Sure.
So, we do need to have the application turned in today, but we have until, the meeting's on the 7th, so we have until, I guess, the 6th to adopt parameters resolution.
Well, understand that the adoption of the parameters resolution allows you to start putting a notice in the paper that indicates an intent to issue bonds and starts a 30-day contest period. So if it were adopted today and you held a new public hearing and waited for the 30-day contest period, you're probably looking at being able to issue bonds the first part of June. If you delay that a couple more weeks, that puts it towards the end of June. And they would start the notice of publication if the parameters resolution was adopted. But we have probably some leeway because we have to have a 2 week notice, and you probably won't even get a public hearing until May.
So, but Mark, are you clear, are we clear in our understanding that we would need to send in the application for the extension today to meet?
Yes. Candace wants the application by the end of the day. They're finalizing the agenda as we speak for the May 7th meeting and getting the information out to the board. So that's what she's requested. But I for some reason you sent the application in, you could always withdraw it before the 7th if the board chose to do so.
And if we send it in and then don't take it, it does not jeopardize the original award.
Well, I don't know if they would require a new application if the scope of the project is significantly changed. My suspicion is that if the project is way different than what was originally applied for, they'd probably want a new application to consider.
Well, I don't think we're talking about a change in scope. We're just talking about the size of the building, the expense of the building, the types of material that would be used on it, those kind of things.
Just the reduction in size and the material and stuff that goes with it would be the only change in scope.
Well, I could visit with Candace. I'm happy to do that and see if they felt like a new application was needed, if those changes were made. I don't answer for certain as to what triggers a new application.
Okay. All right, if you do that, appreciate it.
If you'd like, I can try and call her while you're still discussing it.
Well, that would be good, because we do still have more here to discuss.
Okay, let me see if I can get back to you in just a minute.
All right, thank you. So while he's doing that, I would still like to have the commission vote on hiring Wade and giving him the authority to act as the director.
I made a motion.
Was it made in both? Oh.
Yeah, you appointed him already.
All right.
I just wanted to.
You wanted to clarify the duties.
You can make up whatever title you want. That doesn't necessarily mean we know what authority to have.
Yeah.
So I think we're all on the same page about that.
All right, well, and you in your dealings will deal with a few up on the Cedar Mountain that believe they have authority to act, and you need to let them know they do not. Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. And my thought too, if I could interject, and I'll do it however you're comfortable, but my thought was I would obviously be kind of the point position, but when it came to any of the big things, obviously budget type stuff, we probably want most of that coming back to the commission for decisions. I really wouldn't be making any decisions, just carrying out the day-to-day operation.
Well, I think that's how it says in their charter. Everything has to come back to the board.
Yeah.
We might look at that and relax that a little bit.
Well,
because
my understanding is what you're doing today is delegating him the authority under the approved budget to make expenditures under the approved budget, just like you would with a department head.
Yeah, that's true.
So he would need to come back if they're not in the current
One of
budget.
the problems with the operation of the board, so temporarily, what you did was you authorized the clerk and the treasurer to authorize expenditures so that they could continue to make payroll. The way that this district was set up is that even to make payroll on a biweekly basis, the board had to be in place to approve that expenditure, which is no way to operate at all.
That's exactly right.
And so this whole process has got to transition away from that, where the board is the one that approves expenditures as opposed to just approving a budget.
Yeah.
And then the expenditures are authorized by the chief executive, right? So that's my understanding today, is that you're authorizing Wade to be that executive position where you have a budget that's already approved. He can be the one to authorize the expenditures under that approved budget. Yeah. And that he won't have to come back to an open and public meeting with the full board to say that so-and-so gets to be paid for working for the last 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, it's just so burdensome. Yeah. Complicated and slow. Right.
Okay, you're gonna have a
I
lot
have
of,
the details, but-
you're gonna have a lot of pressure on you from all sides up there.
Sure.
So,
He's just trying to make it so when you're commissioners.
yeah, you'll know what it's like.
Life got better as a
No
commissioner,
change,
see.
yeah.
All right, and also, so with that being taken care of, we'll jump to,
Commissioner,
yes, sir,
I have a response if it's appropriate to share it now.
you betcha.
I did speak with Candace Powers, and she said that, as long as the purpose of the building didn't change, and she said that the CIB board really likes to have a washdown bay in those buildings, she could approve a modified, a smaller building within the authorization that's already been granted, so you wouldn't have to go back for a new authorization.
Thanks, that's great.
Yeah, that really opens it up.
Yeah, that helps out a whole lot. Thank you, Mark.
But it must include the washdown bay.
She sounded pretty serious about that, yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll make sure.
We wanna have clean fire trucks.
Yeah, you don't have to do fire truck.
Well, is that washdown bay, is it to clean the fire trucks, or if there's a hazmat spill?
Sure.
Whatever, yeah. I don't see where it's at on this plan, but it has
Well,
to be.
You got 2 bays.
All righty. We do want to make one more, appointment, and that is, as a district treasurer and, district clerk.
So the district
You see.
treasurer is Cheryl Tuttle,
Okay,
and she is currently working for the district. And you'll want to double check with her, but the last information I have from her is she is willing to do the job just as part of her job with the district. And she'll kind of shift duties around to make it work. The one we've hired for district clerk, however, Diane Adams is not currently employed by the district and would need to be paid. And according to Cheryl, there are 3 part-time positions in the office. 2 are filled with her and with Liz. The 3rd one is vacant, and so she could be paid from that, but recognize that as soon as this situation changes, then that position would need to go out to bid. It would not be she would not necessarily get that position. She'd be allowed to apply for it, but, yeah, it would need to go back out to bid at that time.
out for posting.
Yeah.
Out for
So
posting.
this last item is just a general item on here for Carla to present any actions that she, as the district clerk, and that Kevin took as the district treasurer, just to report on that, and if she feels like the commission needs to ratify any decision that they've made, to present on that.
Well,
This file.
it sounds like we need to appoint, though.
Yeah, well,
No, so,
no, she's already been appointed by me, you're
Oh.
ratifying that.
Okay, all right.
But we do need to pay her, and that's the issue. When I talked to you about putting that under personnel,
Yeah.
was to get her paid.
Oh, all
so
right.
now that Wade is delegated that authority as the district manager, he can work all of that out.
Okay.
If there's not an approved budget, that's an issue, right?
Mm.
So, and I think, so Carla has explained that there's a budget
There is
for
a
it.
budget.
So he won't need to come back for that. But if at some point you're looking at, you know, how much is necessary to pay you, how much is necessary to pay, Diane,
Mhm.
and, you know, any other
And
staff,
all
what
that
other
stuff.
needs.
Mhm.
If there's not an approved budget, then,
Then
yeah, that Wade can't change the budget.
he can
as the
bring back,
district manager.
he
Yeah.
can come back.
You'll have to come and look at that to change any budget
So-
or to open the budget if necessary.
All right.
So won't we need to open that budget, because there isn't currently a budget for the executive manager, or
Oh, yeah,
whatever
the
you're going to call
district
her?
manager.
District manager
Yeah,
needs
there's
to,
not, we'll have to have a budget open.
So it may not need a budget opening, right? Because there's already an approved budget for personnel for that third part-time person. So you're gonna wanna look at how much money is already in the
Oh,
budget
okay.
that's appropriated, that may just need to be moved
Spread
around,
between them?
as opposed to opening the budget to put more money into the budget, right? So two separate things. The budget opening where you need additional funds
Mhm.
requires public hearings and all that, right?
And you'll look that over and come back to the board
Yep.
with that recommendation?
Yeah.
One quick question, Commissioner, on the treasurer, that hasn't been a paid position in the past. Does there need to be separation there between, staff and treasurer? Can they be that same person? I guess maybe that's the question.
Yeah, that's why they brought on Diane, because
Has to be.
we need to ensure
Okay.
the
But that's the
separation of
list.
duties between Cheryl and Diane.
All right.
There's also an accounting firm involved
Mm.
that assists with some of the separation of duties.
Okay.
And I can't remember exactly what they do, but I think well, they'll let you know how they weigh into it, but that is part of what needs to be formalized over the next months, is that separation of duties.
Sure. Okay.
This is sure, it's a budget.
It doesn't look like ours by any stretch
No.
we had today, so.
No, and so they're gonna have to, now, in that, I guess in that, just look to see where it is. Stands. Okay, anything else you'd like to tell us? I know you probably have to tell us a lot.
Well, and I don't, but I don't think it needs to happen here. With this being your assignment, I could kind of fill you in on a lot of it. And really, they're just observations, they're just input and data from the people that I've talked to, of maybe ways to go forward, to avoid the same mistakes we've made in the past. But I don't think there's anything that's really time sensitive right now that we need to go over, with the exception of, the CIB applications.
All right. And I do want to go into an executive session and have you say, what was I just gonna say? Before I said that. Well, it's not been important.
Did you want closed session before approving this? or
No, we
after?
can approve that before. So, do I need a motion to,
So,
the
We need a
parameters?
motion, not the parameter resolution, but a motion to
Oh, for the,
adopt the Community Impact Fund Board application extension.
Okay, so I move that we approve the Community Impact Board Fund extension. Let's file that today.
okay. Andy, are you there?
He's gone. He texted a while back.
Oh,
He
all
had
right.
a 3:00 meeting, so he's been gone since then.
So then we'll put this in
So
the paper.
After the discussion, I'll call for the vote. Aye. Aye. Okay.
Well, let's see. There's a place for you to sign here.
I think that covers everything for this, other than your,
Yeah, I think this is all we have.
do you wanna go over reports and schedules before you go into closed session?
Yeah, let's go over reports. Anybody else have any reports?
I've had enough fun for one day.
I kinda gave my reports for with you on that. I don't know if everybody else has probably received a whole lot of emails for and against and everything
Yeah,
we have, so.
we are at fault no matter what we do.
I think Alan, are you still on the phone?
I didn't tell that committee, that's why I wanna come and talk to you, so we can blame them.
Alan Aldridge,
I'm just doing what they told us.
you're there. Did we mute everyone, but,
Yeah, he just unmuted him.
Alan, are you there?
Were you looking for Alan?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we're in reports right now. I did see an email from a Miss Eileen, and your response, I just wanted to tell you, was spot on. I really appreciated it. I'm sure the other commissioners do too, but the answer you gave is my exact feeling, so thank you.
Well, and I don't know if you guys saw or not, she sent a response back that I think all of you were included in, so.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen that.
But I don't think I'll respond. No, I won't keep the back and forth going, but.
No, there's no sense in keeping the back and forth going, but I think you laid it all out, and I appreciate the way you did it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Any other reports? Yeah, John?
I've got some great news on Southwest Public Health, as far as our contract and our costs. I can just send these out if you like.
Okay.
We've got a little bit on reserve there with them, over 700,000 on reserve. And after all the meetings we've had, we've kind of got that clarified. So these invoices for January, February, and March are showing that the 100,000 that they're using of that balance for the 2020 year is slowly going down because they're racking up expenses of around 28,000 a month. So you see January, February, March bills there. We've still got 15,000 left of that first 100,000 that we're using to pay our extra costs.
Who is good now?
So we gave them extra money for the last several years that they didn't.
Right.
Give us services for. They've admitted that that's around 700,000. My number shows it's about 800,000.
Yeah, it's about 800.
But they're putting 100,000 of that into a kitty, so to speak, and letting us spend against it. And at the end of March, we've spent 85,000.
Yeah.
So we've still got a $15,000 credit. So we won't owe them anything till we get the April invoice. So we got exactly what we asked for, which is an itemized list of costs every year.
Under it.
Yeah, about a year to get it.
It's good stuff.
I don't know if you need to pat me on the back or I need to pat you on the back.
That's you just get do an elbow bump.
The good news is we've got 438,000 in fund, 113, I think, to pay this year's. We'll end up owing them about 250,000 if they keep spending.
Keep going each year.
So it'll be a couple 100,000 out of that, a little over that.
And we're working on the figures. As soon as all of us all agree, then they'll transfer the money from the general fund into there.
Into that fund, yes.
We've got it taken care of for this year. And that's all I have. The rest is in your little fund balance.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks. Come on,
I was reading your email.
Oh, yeah, if they can do that Zions Public Finance research again for another $1,500, why not have that much extra security for the Zions?
Okay, I, think we're at the end. There's your. Andy, are you still, you're not, you left. All right, well, we'll go into executive session.
This for personnel?
It is personnel.
Can we get a motion?
I move that we go into an executive session for purposes of discussing personnel matters.
Is it for county or for Cedar Mountain? Okay. Do you need us or
It's,
should we go?
they're all the same.
Okay, we're gonna step out
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Unless you need us.
No, we're fine.
I'll take a sandwich.
Thanks, Dave. You can end the call at this point, Dave.
Yeah, you can end them all right
Okay.
now.
Hit that
Thanks.
red button right there, the red hang up phone.
There.